Yes, here we are back for another edition of Big Ten Live. Appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. It's the Big Ten Live Show. We're going to do this every Monday. We started up last week. Hopefully you were with us. If not, it's never too late to get started. So week number 2 is a good time to get started. Each and every week, we will invite our slew of Big Ten media guests, and then they have the option to jump on in. So I don't have the time or the resources to specifically schedule guests every week. That's just too much overhead. I do that throughout the week as it is for everything else. So basically I've said, hey, we got our Big Ten live show every week, and here is the link. Join us. Let's talk some Big Ten football every week. And most of them are tied up with basketball, a lot of basketball from what I understand. It's a big deal in March. I've learned that through the years. And so a lot of basketball talk out there and a lot of basketball to cover for most of our Big Ten connections. So here in the next few weeks, you're stuck with me. But we may have a few people drop by on our SEC edition every Tuesday at noon, and we fired that up for the first time last week. We had a lot of media members stop by. So who knows who's going to stop by, but we just need you. We just need you to talk, and we've got a couple calls on the line. I've got a number of things that I would like to get to involving expansion talk, but most of it involves, hey, the teams are on the field. Most of them on the field as it stands right now. Yeah, just about everybody's on the field. First spring game is in just a few weeks in Ann Arbor with our friends from Michigan on April 1st and the spring game. And we will talk more about Michigan football. And of course, we will talk about what we have planned for the big Michigan spring game here at the Voice of College Football. All right, let's go to, we got Mr. David Greenshield's going to kick us off tonight. Look at this.
Hi, and how are you, Mark? Pleasure to see you. Love the jacket. Looking good.
Thank you.
Looking good. How's the diet coming, Mark?
The diet.
Yeah.
Well, it's a fast. It's not a diet.
I'm sorry, you're intermittent fasting. Yeah. How's that going
with
for
you? Other more lofty goals in mind rather than just the eating portion of it. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. Sorry.
I've stated that a few times. So well, I will tell you that I've let down a few times. However, yes, my goal of eating nothing but fruits and vegetables for a month, yeah, I just couldn't make it. However, that is all I have purchased from the store for, let's see, I started on a Wednesday, so I think we're coming up on 3 weeks. We're right around 20 days into this thing, and I continue to buy nothing but fruits and vegetables at the store, but about twice a week, I have broken down and gotten something and just thought, I feel like I'm hollow and I need to go get something to eat. So whether that's been a pizza or a
Oreo cookies
or something like that. Who?
No Oreo cookies.
No Oreo cookies.
No. Okay.
Wink, wink. Yes. No Oreo cookies.
Well, that's good, Mark. I always said that I fast too. It's called the 7 hours that I sleep.
That's a good time to fast.
Yeah, it's a good time to fast. That's
then
right.
You break that fast.
Right.
Yes.
Hence the term. That's how they created it, right?
So no, I have not been as good as I intended to be, but I have hit the gym just about, not every single day, but almost. I'm at about 6 out of 7 days a week.
Yeah, that's actually what I'll be doing once I get off the line with you, Mark.
Excellent.
So,
yes.
Well, before I do that, let's talk a little college football and let's talk a little Big Ten football. Want to get to, you were talking last week when we had spoken, and I had mentioned some of the teams I found to be interesting coming into this season. And I think the team, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was number one on your list, I believe, was Penn State coming into this year.
Yes, it's Penn State at a high level.
Because of, obviously, that has a lot to do with the hype, of course.
And then it's Wisconsin and Nebraska. Not that I'm expecting them to push for a playoff spot or anything like that, but there's more of an X factor there, of course, with new coaches, and I think they both have an opportunity, especially Wisconsin, it being the Big Ten West. So I'm more intrigued about those two, but as it pertains to a possible playoff push, Penn State.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go there with Penn State first of all. Going to be year number 10 of the Franklin era, which I find to be really interesting. If you can believe that already, Mark. Um, and if I would have told you when he was hired in 2014, his first season, that Franklin would have one Big Ten title in 10 years, would you have thought that to be possible, or would you have thought, no, that sounds about right? Especially, obviously Ohio State was totally trending up at that period of time, but the rest of the conference was still trying to kind of find its footing at that particular period of time. I don't know. What are your thoughts on what he's accomplished since he's been there?
Yeah, I would have told you that had you made that statement before Bill O'Brien, if he would have
Hmm.
said, James Franklin is going to be the head coach in 3 seasons, and Penn State was in the middle of its mess post Paterno, Bill O'Brien stepping in, and you would have said the next coach is going to win a Big Ten championship by 2022, then I would have seen that in a different light. I would have seen that in a more positive light, because the initial NCAA infractions and the initial discipline was much harsher. Than the NCAA pulled back, gave them back scholarships, gave them back another year of postseason play, because I thought that was going to be initially, I thought that was going to be a 5 or 6 year battle to get back to being competitive.
I tended to agree with you, although I don't know about you. First of all, I want to mention something real quick about Bill O'Brien. And obviously, Bill O'Brien's post Penn State run has not been exactly great, considering, there were a lot of people that were not happy with him as the Texans coach for that period of time. There were certainly people that, listen, you had more than a few Alabama fans call in, and that, obviously had their complaints about him as offensive coordinator at Alabama over the last few seasons. So, I find it interesting, though. I always wondered, especially considering, and this ties in with Franklin, that I thought that, and you probably agreed with it, that O'Brien did a pretty good job those first 2 years, considering what they were facing. And on top of that, I actually thought, and this is what I think in many ways also hurt Franklin, is I thought that Bill O'Brien had his quarterback in Christian Hackenberg at the time. And I thought maybe that, Penn State was going to kind of build on that with O'Brien. And I thought O'Brien was going to have the ship moved in the right direction over the course of the next couple years. I mean, had O'Brien stuck around, could you have seen him, bottom line, having success there, Mark?
Yeah, he very much impressed me, and his reputation and his brand was off of those 2 years at Penn State going into Houston was at its zenith. And early in his Houston Texans career, of course, they were going to the playoffs, and he had a good initial tenure at Houston, and the back half of his career has been less sterling.
Yeah.
Yes, I misjudged Christian Hackenberg as well. I was high on Christian Hackenberg early in his career.
So, the interesting thing and I think that's kind of hurt Franklin's first couple years, because I don't think Hackenberg was was a Franklin type quarterback, to a certain extent.
I don't think Christian Hackenberg was an anybody type of quarterback. I think he just, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the situation to maybe comment on a few things that look to be somewhat apparent. I don't know. I don't want to question his willingness to work hard or apply himself or be a tough-minded player or anything like that. But
yeah, well, remember
just
everybody
didn't
at the
develop.
time had him pegged as like a high pick in the draft or something like that. And see, I think once Franklin got, McSorley, and then I think the more important thing is once he got Joe Moorhead to run his offense, that's when you saw those teams really take off in 16 and 17, which I think still were his best teams. Obviously, his only Big Ten title was in 16. But I think that the one thing I'll say about Franklin, I would just say long and short of it, and we talked about this before, I think he's a very good recruiter, but and I made this comparison to you once before. You I think had some agreement, maybe some disagreement with me. I kind of compared him to Les Miles Franklin a little bit, to where I think he could recruit, but I think as an in-game coach, in in-game decisions, I think he's just awful. I know you say you used to make podcasts on how bad at game decisions that
Yeah, I'm
Les
not putting
Miles did.
anyone in Les Miles'
Yeah.
league. But I get your point. James Franklin's not known for that, and I think rightfully so. I think you can certainly pick on and pick apart his game management skills. I think that's a fair knock on him. I don't think it's nearly anywhere in the ballpark as egregious as Les Miles. I haven't seen him just outright blow games. I think it's easy to look at some of those games and say that wasn't managed well, but it's still nowhere in the ballpark. But yes, it's not his strong suit. If I'm looking over his tenure at Penn State, I give him about a B minus.
That's an interesting grade. I could see that. I could see that. I'll say this for this team this year. I think that, first of all, I think they might be a year behind. I think their year to explode, especially with these running backs and with Aller at quarterback, could be next year, could be 24. Now, I see why they're getting a lot of hype, and well, they should. I will say this. The interesting thing for me, from an Ohio State perspective, is this three-headed quarterback situation with the team up north, Ohio State and Penn State. Because Ohio State did not recruit Aller, who's from Ohio, and they passed on J.J. McCarthy over Kyle McCord. So I find that to be fascinating this upcoming season, Mark. I know what your thoughts are on that.
Do you think that if we handed you those three quarterback statistics for the season, that you could guess which team had the best season and who won the Big Ten East?
Not necessarily.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. I am of the belief that McCord could have the best season statistically.
Yeah.
Mainly because, I think Ohio State's going to have the best receivers in the country.
He will, I believe.
You're right. And obviously that's a big start. It was a big start for C.J. Stroud in 2021, having the best receiver. So that was a large part of his success. But in the end, it didn't matter because the defense couldn't stop anybody. Now, again, with Ohio State, I still think it's offensive tackle and secondary are still the two biggest concerns for me coming into this season, as I've talked to you before. But yeah, I think here's the thing though with this quarterback dynamic. Both Aller and McCarthy, mainly because of the running games they have to lean on, don't have to put up the major stats, wouldn't you?
They don't. And I don't think that's a reflection on the running backs as much as it is the offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, my Penn State guys tell me that Penn State is going to have its best offensive line, or should have its best offensive line, since the Paterno days.
Wow.
I believe that. I know there's a lot of criticism from certain callers about Sean Clifford's performance.
Yeah, well, you're the president of the fan club, Mark. So that's, nobody's ever going to be a Sean Clifford apologist like you are.
I'm not going to relinquish that title, even though he's moved on now.
Yes, after his 8th year of
into the NFL. But I would say that, unlike a lot of people, that their biggest barrier to reaching and surpassing Ohio State and now Michigan has been more offensive line, that they've been substandard in that category more than any other category on the field during this, Franklin era. And we're told that they could have their best offensive line this year.
Well, it's interesting. If you go back and you look at that 16 and 17 teams, the Barkley McSorley teams that I was talking about earlier, they did not have great offensive line play. I remember the 17 game was known for that great J.T. Barrett game. Ohio State's defensive line took over the game at the end of that game. If you go back and watch that. Now, Ohio State might have had the best defensive line that year with Sam Hubbard and Nick Bosa, Draymond Jones, just was stocked with NFL players on the D line that year. But yeah, they took over that game at the end of the year towards when they played them in 17.
Saquon Barkley's final, I believe, 9 carries or 11 carries in that game were -2 yards.
Yeah, that's true. most of his damage in that game was off kickoff returns.
Yeah, and he had a big first half, and in the third quarter, he had a relatively nice game on the stat sheet. But yeah, they shut him down in the fourth quarter. One of the most exciting Ohio State victories in recent memory for
Yeah,
me.
right. In one of the two best games of the JT Barrett era, along with his performance against Sparty in 2014.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was it kind of the same for you that kind of clicked in regards to, yeah, this team might have something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was their biggest win. That was their only really big win that year, and that was the team in the Big Ten they had to get over after 2013. So it totally made sense. I mean, I really didn't feel it until obviously 59-0. You know, because remember they lost Barrett the week before, and everybody found out Cardell Jones the next week, and Zeke to a great extent, and again 59-0 happened. So, yeah, I think this three-horse race in the East is going to be really interesting. I think the quarterback dynamic will play a part of it. I am interested to see, how much McCarthy improves from last year to this year. I mean, you did have a certain podcaster from that team up north who was questioning their passing game until very late in the season, as I remember, right, Mark?
Yeah, they were down on the passing game and JJ's ability to throw deep. And I think we've had the conversation that the throw that he made against Ohio State that got them on the board and got them really rolling wasn't anything special. What quarterback in the country doesn't make that throw? The guy's wide open.
Yeah, that's where the safety got beat on the double
Yeah.
move, and the receiver was basically fielding a punt down there,
Yes.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It was basically like the same throw that Bennett had that made it 38-35 in the semis.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a great point by you, Mark, that Ohio State could still get the best quarterback play out of those three teams, and it might not matter just for as strong as, let's say, Penn State's and the team up north's running games and defenses could be compared to Ohio State's. That's why I think another hidden thing for Ohio State is how good is their running game this year compared to last year. Do they have
I think it
healthy
should be
running backs?
exceptional. Maybe we get a healthy Travion Henderson. We know what Dallin Hayden is, which we didn't know at this point last year.
Fingers crossed.
And I believe you have stated, I believe we had this conversation as well after you got to see a portion of the 22 season that Mayan Williams is a better back than Travion Henderson.
It's close. I mean, I'd like to see Trey Henderson fully healthy.
Yeah.
And if he's healthy, I mean, playing on a broken foot can be tough, I heard, if you're a running back.
Yeah, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, it could be a problem. But
do you, as an Ohio State fan, Dave,
yes.
do you enjoy being in this position instead of being the prohibitive, overwhelming, odds-on favorite? There seems to be, for a team that's going to be ranked in the top 4 in the country to start the season, all the check marks, all the obvious check marks. Okay, the coach that's winning the games, obviously 2 straight, the experienced quarterback that's a former 5-star, the home game, etc. They all seem to be lining up in Michigan's favor.
Sure.
So do you enjoy that as a fan, being more like, okay, well, we'll let it ride. Let's see what this team's got. So let's see if they can fight uphill and break the narrative.
Well, I'd always be a lot more confident if, certain areas were stronger in other areas. And I felt we had a completely loaded team coming back and, so on and so forth. But I'm still confident in this team from the standpoint that I know that there's enough talent to win this conference, bottom line. So
I still think it's the best roster.
I believe that too, and the 24/7 would still weigh it that way. Not that that's mattered the last 2 years. I totally get it. I own up to that, and I agree we shouldn't be the favorite coming into this year, largely based on what those two teams have and what they've accomplished. Well, particularly the team up north's accomplished the last 2 years.
Dave, I will credit you with this as well. It seems like
Yes.
In most recent phone calls that you've given me video ideas. So you know what 2 video ideas you've given me, and you tell me if these are good ideas. Number
I'd
one
love
would
to hear
be
it.
to make stats predictions on college football players. Would that be something you would watch?
Yeah, I would like to see some over and under numbers. I would
Okay.
find that interesting.
Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, the over under. Okay.
Yeah, just like you do on win totals.
Yeah.
We actually I did a little bit of that on football betting once it became legal this year because you can do prop bets on how players are going to perform in game, and I did a fair amount of that on NFL this year. So
So just to get us started in that direction, maybe
yeah,
we'll tackle that down the road. What would you make Kyle McCord's touchdown number? I'm thinking like 35.
yeah, I think that's exactly what I was thinking. I was going to say north of 35.
Okay.
I think
My
you can get
my other idea
north of
that you
35.
conjured up here, making a position by position breakdown comparison, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State.
That would be really interesting. I think that's going to be even more interesting to do maybe after the spring, Mark.
Yeah.
Probably after the spring. Yeah, I think that would be interesting to see, especially also see depth and things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, are you anywhere closer on are you doing anything with the draft, or where are you at with that, or have you thought?
You
I'm,
love the
I'm just
draft.
fascinated. I'm still following the draft right now, and I've been watching all these mock drafts and things like that.
Dave, I certainly do not want to steer you away from our channel here or anything, but
Yeah.
you've got a lot of other sources for the draft.
No, I hear you, but it's just interesting because I think you could still obviously tie it to college too.
Sure. I love the draft, and I will try to pull something together.
Just the thought, because I know you were a fan, or well, you used to follow it much more than you did now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, another kickoff to another great show with you, Mark Rogers. Let's get back together and do this again next week at 6 o'clock. What do you say?
Absolutely, Dave. Good to see you, man.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
You
Take
too.
care.
Have a good workout.
Good luck with the fast.
Thanks. All right, we will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. And we had a few people on the line. They have dropped off. They got impatient. I totally understand. But we will pick up our next call. And as it says there on the screen, courtesy John, who will be taking over the shift at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to take you on into the late night. John says hit the like button and subscribe here to the Voice of College Football. So please do that. Please do that. We have the lofty goal of 100,000 subs by the end of the year. How about that? Got to shoot high. All right. Welcome in. We got Chris on the line. Chris, what's going on?
You're getting feedback.
Little feedback there. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, hold on just a second. I'll come back.
Okay. Sounded like we were, I don't know. And that had kind of like a Star Trek feel, Twilight Zone, something like that. Okay. Anyway, there is not a day that goes by that I don't, because of what I do here, and maybe you do as well, go online and at least search out college football realignment, expansion. Okay, what is being said? Is it more just dribble about on and on and on and on about the same deals? And that's typically what I read. I scanned about 4 different articles this afternoon, and I just heard the same stuff. People produce the same content and write the same articles, and they're just, there might be a thread of something. I won't even call it new, but a new thought. And it's just surrounded by just a review of everything that's happened over the last 24 months and on and on and on. And there's just more of the same, but I haven't seen anything substantial, have not seen anything. But I do think that we have, as I pointed out in a recent video, I do believe that we've got a bullet point checklist of dominoes that most likely will fall. Of course, they will fall in some order, but I think there's a logical order to predict or expect them to fall, starting with the Pac-12 media rights deal. All right, let's give this a shot with Chris one more time. I believe we've got it straightened out there.
Is it any better?
Oh, no, it's not. As soon as she started talking, then we get the... All right. So, you can call the show. We will leave the link back in the chat. And again, we had a few folks on the line that decided to drop off there. Sports Talk 101. I believe that's our buddy Jeffrey. Subscribe to the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for that. Tukey G's here. Going to take this call in just a second and want to remind everyone, I made this announcement at some point last week. This is what we're going to do for the Michigan spring game. So understand that during the month of April, so from right now through the end of April, we are going to be all over spring practice and in the spring games. Whatever information comes out concerning spring football, and we got an unfortunate report today that I saw online that we'll be talking about more extensively on Wednesday during our Florida State show, is that one of their top wide receivers, Micah Pittman, I forget what the injury was, but it's going to be an issue that is probably not going to place him back on the field until early to mid-season. So unfortunately, Micah Pittman shelved for Florida State, one of their best wide receivers. And so certainly we are covering spring practice, and we'll do that on all the team channels, on all the team live streams, and right here on the main channel, of course. And then as we get into April, then each Saturday, spring games. And we're going to be all over them. We're going to do watch parties during the spring games. We're going to do post game and take your calls after the various spring games. Now, on the dates of the 8th, the 15th, 22nd, and 29th, there's going to be 15, 20 spring games. And so we will do our best to, of course, pick and choose the ones that are most to be spotlighted, the best teams, the best narratives and storylines. And we're going to do watch parties. And again, we will do post game and take your calls and so forth. Now, for the Michigan spring game, the Wolverines will get special attention, not because I'm favoring Michigan football, but because, hey, they're the only ones playing a spring game on April 1st. So we're going to do a watch party. And folks, we're going to do it on Patreon. However, you're all invited, and you will all be given a link, and there will be public access to the watch party on Patreon. So we want to introduce you to Patreon. We'll get you the link. Everybody's invited, and we will go nuts on the Michigan watch party on the Michigan spring game, and then we will follow up with a call-in show. All right. John is working feverishly on his, he has to let me know. It's going to sink in one of these weeks that John is in the background there working and preparing for the next 2-hour block without me letting him in. But we appreciate John. He's commented so many times in the chat to, of course, encourage all of you to hit the like button and subscribe and do all those good things. We do have Chris on the line for a third time. Is it going to be a charm? Hello, Chris.
Hello?
I think we're okay this time.
Are we?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. I had a lot of different tabs open. I closed them all. Maybe that was the problem. I really don't know. I
would guess that may have.
I apologize, Mark. That's kind of a knock on me, and I don't like making like your show into a kind of a, I'm sorry if I'd have made it look bad.
It happens.
Well, it was my fault, so I apologize.
That's quite all right.
We've already talked about this, so if you don't, and it's not really related to your show, but I had a few ideas about the expansion. If you're interested, and if you're not, just let me know.
Oh, I am interested.
Okay, well, it's just an idea, and what I was thinking, and I don't know, you probably know a lot more about it, and so maybe you can clue me in on some of it, but it seems like they're moving kind of towards, and am I wrong about this, that they might be moving towards a 24-team
Did we lose you, Chris? I believe we lost Chris, even though his feed is still up there. So he left us in suspense. Todd's got a comment here that he would like to see more South Carolina Gamecock coverage. So, Todd, we do have a South Carolina channel. I'm not going to sell it as fully functional and operational every day of the week, but we do have some good content there. We bring on Chris Phillips from the Spurs Up show and also Will Gunter from 107.5 The Game in Columbia, South Carolina. So two extremely knowledgeable and entertaining guests on a regular basis on the South Carolina channel. So you may want to check that out, Todd. Yes, Chris, are you back with us?
Are you there?
Excellent. So your idea on expansion is?
Well, like I said, I'll just get down to the point. I think the best way to go is the 2014 because I think that's the best. I think they're headed that way anyway. I know that right now they're limiting it to 16, but so I just have a couple ideas. I just throw at you if you want to hear them. If you don't, that's okay too. Okay. I already kind of brought it up once before, but here's one my suggestion is to reestablish the Big East Conference. I don't know if this is too far out in left field, but the way I would go about that would be.
Before you get started, Chris, may I interject? Chris, you still with us? All right. Until Chris gets back with us, I'm going to remind Chris that there's not a commissioner to college football. There's no commissioner. So he's starting down a path in which he is trying to fix the sport or send it in a better direction. But the problem is there's not a commissioner or a governing body to say, we're going to reestablish the Big East Conference. There you are, Chris.
I don't know. I keep getting cut in and out. Just let it go. If it happens again, I don't want to keep.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I interject before you keep going? Let me just say one thing, and that's I believe you're sending us down a path that would be applicable if we had a college football commissioner or a governing body, Chris. So when you say establish the Big East Conference, who's going to do that?
I don't know.
See, that's the issue. If there was a governing body or a college football commissioner, then they could oversee the sport and say, this would be best for the sport. Let's reestablish the Big East Conference, for example, but there's nobody to do that.
Well, that's my idea though, is to do that. So if we don't do that, then I'm up a creek. So, I mean, let me tell you.
We can play fantasy football and we can talk in that direction. That's fine. Just to understand, like I do that from time to time. I'll produce a video. Let's say I don't do it very often, but I'll say, if I was running the whole show, I'd blow it up like this and reestablish. I posted a video a few years ago, 6 12-team conferences, and this is what it would look like. But that's not going to happen because nobody's in control of the sport. So proceed from there, understanding that that's the issue. Okay. I think we lost Chris again here. All right. So again, there's two ways to go about it. There's one that we're going to play fantasy sports and we're just going to make things up, and that's fine. Or we can talk about what is likely, what could happen, what makes sense from an athletics and brand standpoint, from a football standpoint, from a money standpoint, of course, that's first and foremost, from an academic standpoint, and all of those. And I really think that we've got a number of dominoes that are set up right now. And of course, the Pac-12 media rights deal is most likely the one that is going to fall first. And then there are going to be a series of decisions that have to be made by Washington and Oregon and be made by the Four Corner schools in the Pac-12 as to whether they want to leave the Pac-12 and join the Big 12. And with Washington and Oregon, they obviously would rather join the Big 10. So either the Big 10 is waiting on Notre Dame, or maybe they're waiting on this to settle. Of course, they're waiting on a commissioner change. I don't think there's any question about that. So we most likely are going to have a new Big 10 commissioner in April. And then we've got, after this rights deal, unless the Pac-12 implodes, then we've got at least San Diego State and SMU who are going to elevate to what is currently a Power 5 conference. So I think we can basically count on that, but I think those two schools are holding out to see if there's going to be a Pac-12. I think they want to see, okay, number one, what is the Pac-12 rights deal? Well, that rights deal is going to be better than what they're currently receiving in the Mountain West in the American Conference. So that's not necessarily the issue with those two. It's we got to see the rights deal, and then we've got to see the various Pac-12 memberships' response to it to see if they stick around. If they stick around, then we'll go ahead and join. If they don't stick around, there may not be a Pac-12 to join. So I think that's what's holding up San Diego State and SMU. And then, of course, there's 3 possible destinations, as we mentioned, for Washington and Oregon, and that's to stay in a stabilized Pac-12. That's to go where they want to go, and that's the Big Ten, if the Big Ten is accepting of them. And I think there's an internal struggle within the Big Ten to add to the footprint and give USC and UCLA some territory out there and give them partners out there on the West Coast. And again, give the footprint. We're talking about huge football brands in Washington and Oregon, and then other benefits to adding Stanford and Cal. But you probably have a compromised media contract, because those schools certainly are not going to, especially in the case of Stanford and Cal, they are going to dilute the TV money. They are not going to, they don't have the type of brand, nor do they bring the television ratings to have the media rights owners, which are, of course, NBC, CBS, and Fox, say, oh yeah, Stanford and Cal bring enough value for us to maintain and add to this rights deal, whatever that $85 million per team. So you're talking about, let's say the Big Ten just added Stanford and Cal, because I don't believe that's going to happen, just those 2 solely, but this is to emphasize the point of their lack of value from a football standpoint. The average Big Ten team, all the Big Ten teams are receiving somewhere in the neighborhood of $85 million. Now, we know that they're not all created equal. They all bring different levels of value. So that $85 million spread over 14 teams, well, Ohio State and Michigan are probably worth $150 million each. And Rutgers and Illinois and Northwestern are worth $20 million each. I'm just throwing out numbers, but they're not that far off. So it comes out to $85 million per. Well, between Stanford and Cal, they can't keep up with that. They're not worth $170 million collectively each season to add to that deal, for then it to be redistributed among 18 schools and still have an $85 million payout per team. All right, Truth. That's a great handle. Truth. If money is the end goal, wouldn't butts in seats and eyeballs on screens be the best way to get there? Yep. Generally, yes, absolutely. But there are also considerations, especially from the Big Ten, to get to that end goal and also beef up other. So that's if the only people that are making the decision are in the athletic administration, but that's not the case. They're not the only people making the decision. The academic administration makes the decision. So that's like saying, is the only determination the endowment for each school and their academic ranking? No, that's not it either. It's a combination. It's a combination. Boy, a lot of comments here. And we are taking calls here. I will be here till 8 o'clock Eastern time. Then John steps in at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Antoine is either stating or asking. Mark, okay, question. Yes. Will USC still play Notre Dame if USC joins the Big Ten? Because if I'm the Big Ten, I would lock Notre Dame out of playing any teams until they join a conference. Okay, that's what you would do. That's what I would do. I don't believe that's what the Big Ten is going to do. I don't know that they're that invested. And also understand that when schools join conferences, there are deals struck before the ultimate deal is struck to completion. I'm sure that was discussed when USC joined the Big Ten. They've already covered that ground. So I don't think that the Big Ten was going to have a deal with USC fall apart because USC wants to maintain its yearly contract with Notre Dame. But I get your point. I would choose to freeze out Notre Dame if I were the Big Ten, if I knew I could get cooperation from the rest of the country. Because if the Big Ten, let's say the Big Ten takes a stand against Notre Dame, we want Notre Dame to join a conference. We want them to join us. Even if they don't join us as the Big Ten, we want them to join a conference and be like everybody else. Okay, so we're going to freeze them out. No more scheduling of Notre Dame. Well, Notre Dame still have 115 other teams to play in the country and another 55 Power 5 teams to play in the country. So unless you can get that cooperation from all the conferences. Now, if all the conference commissioners get together and say, why are all the schools that are members of our conferences playing under these rules and one school in the country plays under a different set of rules, schedules differently, then we'll team up and we'll lock them out, freeze them out. But I don't see that happening. I don't see the cooperation between the 5 conferences. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. It hasn't happened. I don't see it happening because Notre Dame makes too much money for a conference. That's the reason why the ACC made the deal that it made. The ACC doesn't benefit that much. Now, I'm not saying that they don't benefit at all. They don't benefit that significantly from having other Notre Dame athletics in their conference. Yeah, it's a really strong school for a number of reasons, and they get the men's basketball team and the women's basketball team and lacrosse and whatever else, baseball. And yeah, so that's still a good addition to the conference. But what makes it a good addition to the conference is they locked them into a football contract. Now, I think it makes the ACC look weak and clownish and inferior in contracting with a team. And of course, 2 years ago, during 2020, allowing them to participate in the conference and actually win the conference in the regular season, and then allow them just to go on their merry way after the season. So bail them out during the pandemic and then allow them to abuse you and march off and do their own thing the next year. I think that makes that look for the ACC is horrific. It makes the ACC look horrible, pathetic, and weak. Would the Big Ten do that? I do not believe so. Would the SEC do that? Hell no. I cannot see in any way the SEC agreeing to such terms with anyone. But the ACC knows that, oh, Notre Dame plays us 5 or 6 times a year, and our TV ratings go way up, and our attendance goes way up, and they know what the dollar figure is. They know what the dollar figure to their bottom line, what that means, and the attention given to their conference, because instead of just scheduling another Georgia Tech, Appalachian State out of conference game or another Duke, UCF out of conference game or fill in the blank, it's Duke and Notre Dame, it's Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, and it makes a lot more money. Cheryl, good to see you. Yeah, Jason, you bring up a good point about the hockey And not that that's necessarily that significant, and I don't want to offend any hockey fans out there. But I've certainly heard Notre Dame folks who are anti-Big Ten because they were snubbed at one point, and I get all that. I think all those people are dead at this point that were involved in that interaction, for one thing. So can we not let that rest? Secondly, that if you're going to snub a conference or stand on your laurels from an issue and a disagreement from years past, then why would you allow one of your sports teams, one of your athletic teams, to join the conference? That makes no sense to me. That's a weak morality. That's a weak moral stand, if that's what you want to call it, ethical stand to take. That's hypocritical. Yes, Michael, we are well aware that Notre Dame went undefeated in the ACC, but lost the championship game. Yes. Yes. Our buddy Tim and Rick, they get together on Sunday nights to talk USC football on the USC channel. You'll want to check that out. It's every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 o'clock where it counts. And it's called Trojan Conquest. What a name. You talk about a strong name for a show. I can never think of such interesting names. So that's we just put live at the end of everything. Ohio State Buckeyes live, Michigan Wolverines live, the Big Ten live show, the SEC live show. Bam. There's your titling sequence here at the Voice of College Football. We came up with one great name, and that was the Voice of College Football. And then we just everything goes, just put live in caps. I always have to correct all these guys, and this isn't their fault. I'm not picking on them. I'm just making a point that I'm a bit anal about this, that, I want live in caps. So I always go back and put everything live, caps. Just want that to stand out for everyone. All right. It's good to see. Oh, I lost him. Twisted Rooster in the chat. How's it going, Mark? Great show. Thank you so much for that. I could use a little company if somebody wants to call me, but I can ramble on about the Big Ten for hours. That's fine. But again, to get back to the original point of these dominoes and how they're going to fall, and in the sequence of which they're going to fall, I've laid it out: Pac-12 deal, SMU, San Diego State, Washington, Oregon's decision, the four corners, meaning Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, Colorado, their decision, the Notre Dame. So I was reminded in reviewing an article by Heather Dinich today, she does a fine job, that Jack Swarbrick, the Notre Dame athletic director, he gave three reasons why Notre Dame would join a conference. And I'm thinking of two of them right now. One of them was financial considerations. He was very forthright about that. And that doesn't mean that if you deliver a financial deal, a media rights deal that would pay Notre Dame $13 more than what they're making right now, that they're going to jump ship and just suddenly say, yeah, hey, we want to make $13 more. No, a significant amount of money could sway them. So I got to credit Jack Swarbrick for being very honest and upfront about that, to say, yeah, the finances could sway us to join a conference. Number one. Number two, he said that if Notre Dame's path to the playoffs was made more difficult by not joining a conference. Now, again, I would guess that would mean substantially more difficult, then they're going to consider joining a conference. Now, we know that under the proposed structure that's been approved, so not just proposed, but it has yet to take place, of course, starting in 2024, that the playoff structure is going to award those 4 byes to conference champions, of which Notre Dame cannot fulfill that accomplishment. So they will never receive a bye and never be a top 4 seed at this point. Now, is that going to be enough? Now, understand the way things work. It may not just be a financial thing for Notre Dame that, okay, we make $35 million a year. I'm just throwing out a number. I forget exactly what their number is. I don't think it's not $35 million per year that they receive from NBC. Whatever the number is, 22 million, 25 million that they receive for a year from NBC. And now we can get 40 million somewhere else. Well, that's not going to push it. So it may not just be one of these factors that kicks in enough to push them. It may be a combination of factors. They may look at, okay, well, the money's not quite what we were looking for, but it's still substantially more, but it wasn't what was going to push us. But also we've got this playoff situation where we are being impeded to the playoffs. Okay. And then there was a third factor, and it's slipping my mind. I'll have to look that up. Okay. All right. We do have a call coming in from Joey. Joey,
Hey.
what's going on tonight?
What's going on, Mark? I thought,
good.
I know it's a Big Ten show, and I'm a Big 12 guy, but I thought maybe since the Big Ten people wasn't calling in, maybe I'd just call in and, show them how easy it is. They could call in real easy. I do have a question, though. So I hear a lot of back and forth about Penn State. I hear a lot of people saying they're going to be a good team. I think they're going to be a really good team this year. And I have people saying, well, with Franklin, there's no way Penn State's going to be down. We play Penn State first game of the year. I don't give West Virginia a chance at all. But if Penn State's going to be down that much, I mean, can West Virginia stay in the game with them, you think?
Who says Penn State's going to be down?
I just hear it different places. I mean, I don't know why people are saying that because I think they're loaded. I mean, they're going, but people, I think it's they don't like Franklin. I mostly hear from Penn State fans, which I don't understand.
Well, yeah, those are two different things. That they are loaded. They've got one of the 5 to 10 best rosters in the country, but I understand the lack of trust in James Franklin. So that's what you're hearing there. And if you're hearing from anybody that Penn State's not talented, then they don't know what they're talking about. Does West Virginia have a chance? They're going to be playing in Happy Valley. It is the first game of the season, and it is against a quarterback who has really yet to play much. So you do have that on your side. Of course, you got a chance.
But you got to remember, West Virginia's got a
10%
new quarterback as well.
Sure. Yep. But
So,
I'm just kind of pointing at the unpredictability of a new quarterback. Maybe your quarterback is ready to roll, and maybe I'm not predicting this, but Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback, is not.
Yeah. So ours apparently is going to be Nico Marchio. Garrett Green was the starter last year after JT Downs, after they put him on the bench. They threw Garrett Green in there. He did a good job. The problem is he's got one read and then he takes off running. He reads one receiver, and if he's covered, he just takes off running. He won't do a second, third read. So, it looks like Nico is going to be getting in the game. I don't even know if this is the year they wanted to do that. I figure they probably wanted to give him one more year under his belt before they did that. But as it stands, it looks like that's where it's going to be. Now, we got a talented running back in C.J. Donaldson. I think everybody will remember his name from last year and know that he's pretty daggone good running back. But we don't quite have the same offensive line that's going to be lining up against Penn State as we had last year either. So there's that. But I mean, I just think Penn State's loaded, and I like James Franklin myself. I think he's a great coach. If we look at Penn State, that they're 9-10 win seasons every year. I don't know where. I know they want to win the Big Ten. I realize that, but right now, Michigan and Ohio State are just better.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Is that Penn State fans are getting frustrated and just even outside onlookers who think, okay, well, that's great that you're winning 9 and 10 games a year, but at what point are you going to break through? It's like this, Joey. When Mark Richt and Les Miles were fired from Georgia and LSU, respectively, tons of people asked me, was that fair? Should they have been fired? Are they not good coaches? And my response was, yeah, they're really good coaches, especially Mark Richt. Extremely good coaches. But they're being paid at the top 3 or 4 of their sport. And so you better be winning conference championships and competing for national championships if you're going to be paid one of the top 3 or 4 salaries college football. And that's where James Franklin is.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd come in and talk a little bit about that game and things, and hopefully some Big Ten fans will call in now. Maybe it broke the ice, so people will call in. But hey, I do want to tell everybody in the chat, the merchandise store is open for Mark. You can go to topqualityshirts.com, or you can go to thevoiceofcollegefootball.com and get to the merchandise store. And I will be putting some Big Ten at the Voice of College Football merchandise in there real soon. Worked on the Miami one the other night, got a few products added there. So we will be getting some Penn State and not Penn State, some Big Ten stuff as well. So just keep an eye out on the store if you'd like to get something. If anybody has a special thing that they would want, just let me know. We can do about anything. So
Joey's already ramped up a Big Ten line of the Voice of College Football. How about that?
Yeah, it'll be. I'll be uploading it here real soon. I'm still working on a few of the products, but we'll get it all going and get it up there for you guys. And I hope everybody enjoys the products. I know that the stuff we have sold, people seem to have some pretty positive feedback on it, so I'm happy about that.
Yes, I talked to somebody else today who contacted me and said that they really liked their hoodie. Loved it.
Good. All right. Well, I will jump off here, and hopefully some other people will call in, but you have a great day, Mark, and we'll see you later, buddy.
Thank you, Joey. Have a good one. It's our guy, Joey, who has lined up this merch, and it's phenomenal. Again, we took a lot of special attention to get it right in regards to a combination of affordability and quality. So I believe, and I certainly want to hear your feedback, both good and bad, but certainly if for whatever reason you're not pleased, to get your feedback, but I don't expect that to be the case by any stretch. All right. We've left the link there in the live chat. Please give me a call here at the Voice of College Football. We've got John jumping on board to host the 8 p.m. and I don't even want to put a back end on it for however he wants to take it beyond the 8 o'clock hour. But at 8 o'clock, John takes over to host our Big Ten live show. Next live show is coming up Tuesday at noon is the SEC live show. So that's Tuesday at noon. We also have Iowa and Nebraska live shows coming up on Tuesday later at 5:30 Eastern and 7 o'clock Eastern time as well. So we appreciate that. Yeah, again, I enjoyed the conversation with Dave in particular because he gave me 2 really good ideas for videos. Line up the Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State positional groups and compare them, because this could be a heck of a showdown between those 3 that should all start the season ranked in the top 6 in the country. And then also stats over and unders for particular players. Michael says, what is Ohio State going to use for an offensive line this season? I see a lot of Big Ten teams being able to score this year versus 2022. Oh, okay. Those are 2 different comments there. So, Michael, they do have offensive linemen on scholarship. their issue has transferred from the guard position to the tackle position, at least at this point. It's gone from guard to tackle in terms of question marks. In no way do we question the talent. So we have dissected that offensive line how many times on our Ohio State show that we do every Wednesday. That seems to be that is going to be a topic of paranoia, as is the back end on defense, until they actually play somebody and they prove that they're better than that. Actually, I don't know that Jim Knowles is going to gain any satisfaction out of and silence the doubters out of the Ohio State fan base and others until they play Michigan. They could not give up a point the entire season through 11 games, and until they play Michigan and they stop their ground game and they cease to give up big plays like they did this past year, which they played a excellent first half. They played a marginal third quarter, and they played a horrendous fourth quarter. That's what it was. In the first half, I think they gave up 1 or 2 yards rushing in the first half, and they gave up 2 plays. So I don't want to say that they were incredible. They did give up 17 points. They gave up 2 plays in the first half. So they did break down on 2 plays, and basically one blown coverage, and the other one was a missed tackle. And also a curious call by Jim Knowles in which they had Michigan backed up to like a 3rd and 9. So they played 2 really good downs. They only give up 1 yard. They got Michigan backed up at 3rd and 9, and then they just bring the house. And JJ gets it out of his hand, hits the route on the sideline to, was that Cornelius Johnson? I know he caught the second one. He caught both of them, didn't he? Anyway, yes, he was the first receiver on that one. He shook, to his credit, it was a blown tackle, but he also shook the DB and he was gone. So 2 blown plays in the first half. Otherwise, they were stellar in the first half. The third quarter, they didn't get like decimated, but Michigan started to wear on them long drives. And then, of course, in the final 8 to 10 minutes of the game, Donovan Edwards gone. Then just the dam broke, and they were atrocious in the fourth quarter because there was 6 or 7 minutes left, and they hit the ball down at the 5-yard line. So they're down at that point. Michigan's up 38-23, and Ohio State's at the 5-yard line. So they're 5 yards away from making it a 1-score game. And then we got some drama. And that's when CJ got rushed, through the crazy Brett Favre pass, got deflected, intercepted, and next play, Donovan Edwards to the house. And, it goes from 1 score to 3 scores in 2 plays, and that's your game. That is your ball game. So Michigan played an outstanding game. So when you root for one of the best teams in the country, as many of you do, whether you're an Ohio State fan or a Michigan fan, and I can relate because that's been my place in life for a long time, then of course you expect to win every game. And when your team loses, it's easy to pick apart the 5 plays in this game, the 3 to 5 plays that decided the game, and say they need to correct those 3 to 5 plays, and they might be the national champions right now. But credit Michigan. I thought Ohio State, despite what the score told us, I actually think they played a better game this past season in Columbus than they did the previous year. I thought Michigan was more dominant at the Big House than they were this past year. Regardless, in both games, Michigan was the better team. That's all there is to it. The previous game at the Big House was a little more cut and dry for me to understand and dissect. because earlier that season, I saw an Ohio State defense against Oregon that was lost. Like most of Oregon's big run plays, you didn't even see an Ohio State defender on the screen. It's not like they weren't athletic enough, were not physical enough. They were fooled most of that game. They were just in the wrong position constantly. Well, the Michigan dominance over Ohio State in the run game was completely different. Ohio State was in position. Outside of it, you're always going to have a handful of plays, obviously, that the offense is going to scheme something and fool the defense and get the jump on them. But for the majority of that game, for the vast majority of that game, that was just simply the Michigan offensive line. There weren't even gaping holes in the Ohio State defense. They technically were sound in the gap, terms of their gap control and their gap assignments and all that. That looked like a rugby game. That was just Michigan's offensive line just pushing them down the field, and Hassan Haskins just leaning, pushing, just more physical. But if you go back and watch that game again, except for a handful of plays, and you're always going to have those plays, there weren't like huge gaping holes, or nobody was fooled in that game. Ohio State just got whipped. And this game this past year in Columbus was a little bit more complicated for me to unfold. Because again, Ohio State played so well in the first half, had a huge yardage advantage, only led 20-17. And depending on your vantage point going into halftime, you thought either, well, Ohio State's a better team and they're just, this is going to break open for them because they're just better. Or no, they didn't take advantage of them outplaying Michigan. And that's what it turned out to be. It turned out to be B. They did not take advantage of what should have been a 2 or 3 score lead in the first half. And Michigan outplayed them after that. And, if we're going to point to psychology being part of the issue for Michigan for so many years, we've got to say the same thing for Ohio State. And I made this statement going into the 2021 Ohio State-Michigan game. Because at that point, Ohio State had the psychological advantage. And I don't know if I really phrased this well, and I don't know if I'll get the point across, but I could just see it coming that, yes, you have this talent advantage, both supposed and it's played out to this point. You win this game all the time. You have a psychological advantage. But if that other team is able to punch, give you that quick first punch and show you that this is going to be different today. It's going to be different. Maybe not a loss, but it's going to be 60 minutes and you're going to have to fight, and you're not going to be cruising in the second half or in the fourth quarter. Then that psychology can switch very quickly from, we've got it, we're on top of this, and I mean a cockiness that's under control. Ohio State didn't win all those games just because they were super cocky and confident. They had the right mentality of confidence, but still knowing, laser focused, intense, and on point. But once that gets knocked out of you, then that can switch to, oh, we've never seen this before. This is different. And it's not like it used to be. GOJ says that Jim Knowles will get back to a traditional quarters cover 4. They got rid of the jack position. Yeah, that's something I would like to serve up to our guys on Wednesday, because they typically get Of course, they get time with Jim Knowles every couple weeks. I got to think that that's been asked. I have not seen. I don't know if this is a request I have in at the Big Ten office, and this question has reminded me that I just want notification. I just want to be on the mailing list for every Power 5 school in the country, actually, but we're talking Big Ten here. So I made my request to all the various channels that we have: Iowa, Nebraska, Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State. And then I was informed by someone in the Iowa athletic department that they would put me through to the Big Ten, and they had me fill out a form in which I said I want notification of all the Big Ten football news conferences, so I can be looking out for them, so I can watch them and then respond, or just for my own information's sake. And I've not been able to receive that back, so I got to get back on them. That's been weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ago. We've got our friend Harry Arthur in the chat. Harry, good to see you. Coming over from the Nebraska channel, I believe. And Gregory, I believe, from outside the conference, saying we talked about Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. Who else is relevant? All right. Well, if relevant to you means a threat to win the conference, so I'm going to fill in your definition of relevance. That's my guess of where you're headed there. I can make an argument, nobody. And I would probably be right. Now let's expand our minds, though. Let's expand a little bit and think, who would be the fourth team? I truly believe that the most likely candidate for a fourth contender in the Big Ten is Wisconsin. That's where I'm at. Speaking of Wisconsin, I was just looking at them the other day, and I'm a big fan of Luke Fickell, and I know that I'm putting a lot at his feet to make this happen in season one. So in no way, Wisconsin was a 7-6 football team that got off to a bad start. They had a window of opportunity at one point, just like everybody else outside of Northwestern did. If your name's not Northwestern, you had a chance at some point to win the Big Ten Western Division. You had a path until November. And Wisconsin was one of those teams. Then yes, exactly, Jason. Tanner Mordecai threw 33 touchdowns for SMU, and he's done that for 3 consecutive seasons. So Wisconsin was as good as anybody in the West. Purdue won the West. Were they the best team? I don't know. They had the best quarterback and the best passing attack and the best wide receiver. I don't think that they were the best team. But man, who was the best team in the Big Ten Western Division last year? Nobody can really make a ironclad case for anybody, and that's why it was so close. Illinois probably was. That would be my lean, but they've lost so much. Illinois fielded one of the best secondaries in college football last year, and they lost 3 of them, including the Jim Thorpe finalist, Mr. Witherspoon. They lose Chase Brown and his brother, who plays in that same secondary. So they lose the second leading rusher in the country, Chase Brown. They lose his brother, Sidney Brown, who was an exceptional defensive back, who we saw at the NFL Combine, and Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito should be given a lot of credit for what Illinois accomplished last year. He put in, and I would love to know the details surrounding this situation with Tommy DeVito. He put in for another year of eligibility. He's had his injury issues in the past. Of course, everybody got an additional COVID year, so I don't know exactly where he stands on all of that. I know that he was denied. So the conclusion's in, he's denied. So yes, Illinois. Wow, I'm blanking out on who they've got a quarterback this year. They picked up a transfer. Help me, help me. Oh my goodness, his name escaped me. Because Tommy DeVito's gone. Illinois' new quarterback is, okay, it'll come to me. Yes, Tanner Mordecai at Wisconsin with Braylon Allen coming out of the backfield. How big of a loss is Jim Leonard going to be as defensive coordinator? So consider this. I don't know that most people really give Wisconsin enough credit defensively because they don't look that athletic. They don't have 5-star recruits on the defense, anything like that. But Jim Leonard has consistently fielded many times a top 5 defense in the country and at least a top 15 to 20 defense in the country. Oh, yeah. Luke Altmaier, Ole Miss. Yes. Former Florida State commit who then decided on Ole Miss, and he got out of that quarterback room because there were like 18 decent quarterbacks, and Luke Altmaier, yes, just came back to me. Absolutely. There we go. Gregory's right there with me. Yes. So he most likely will be the starting quarterback, although maybe Brandon Peters is back for an 18th season. Former Michigan quarterback who then had a pit stop in the MAC and then went to Illinois. And he was battling Tommy DeVito for the job. So I think that hurts them that Tommy DeVito was not granted that extra year. Chase Brown gone. They lose Deuce Spann, who didn't really blossom into a star for them, but certainly was a deep receiving threat, could blow the top off the defense. They lose him to Florida State. And again, I talked about the secondary losses. 3 of the best in the Big Ten gone. So I think Illinois may be cycling back. I am looking forward to Aiden Kaliakmanis, the new Minnesota starting quarterback, because Tanner Morgan really regressed during his career. Some may forget that Tanner Morgan in 2019 had a better pick to touchdown to pick ratio than any quarterback in the country, not named Joe Burrow or Tua Tagovailoa, 30-7. And that was under Kirk Ciarrocca. Well, PJ Fleck, being a pretty sensible kind of guy, knew when he lost Kirk Ciarrocca to Penn State that once Kirk Ciarrocca became available again, that he went and got Kirk Ciarrocca because he thought, man, Tanner Morgan was a different quarterback with Ciarrocca here. Well, it brought him back, and Tanner Morgan did not go back to his 2019 form. Kaliakmanis, of course, had the typical freshman jitters when he took over at Minnesota this past season when Morgan got hurt. But he quickly got past those, and I was quite impressed with Kaliakmanis. I think he's a more talented quarterback than Tanner Morgan, and I think that they have upgraded the position. So look out for Minnesota, although I've not taken any kind of deep dive on the Gophers. They have to do something about their passing attack. That is the missing ingredient under PJ Fleck, except for that one season of 2019 with Morgan at quarterback throwing 30 touchdowns to Rashad Bateman and Tyler Johnson. Outside of that one season, Minnesota, the last 2 years combined, they have had a worse passing attack, not making a lot of mistakes in the passing game. So just lack of production, and a lot of that is not flat out throwing the ball, than any Power 5 team in the country. Minnesota's been dead last in passing yardage over the past 2 seasons. So they need something there. And I think Kaliakmanis can improve them in the passing game. Mo Ibrahim, after completing one of the best careers in the history of the Big Ten, that he moves on. So Lewis is letting us know that, Kirk Shiraka now at Rutgers. Rutgers fired its offensive coordinator for lack of productivity, even though they finished somewhere like 25 spots ahead of Iowa. So Rutgers had higher standards than Iowa in evaluating its offensive coordinator. Yeah. Mike G is letting us know April 1st, 3 p.m. kickoff at the Big House. I kind of thought that would be a noon kickoff. Okay, 3 p.m. So we will have our watch party. All of you will receive the link to Patreon to watch the Michigan spring game with us and talk Michigan football. And then we will take calls right after the quote-unquote game that I will be excited for until I watch about 3 plays. That's typically how that works. I'm excited for the spring football games, and then the first one that comes on after about 3 plays, I realize, yeah, that's right. This is not real football. So it's more about taking in the information is what it is. That's what I get out of the spring games is, you can see some things. I think what you can see more than anything, and I think this is a pretty simplistic take, but at the same time, I also think it makes sense. So what is most like a regular game in a spring game? To me, it's the wide receivers against the defensive backs. The tackling can be shoddy. The incentive that especially the better players that know that they're going to play, that know that they've got their position locked down, and really the intensity of the tackling, the blocking. Of course, the play calling's vanilla. You have to question, of course, the protections. A lot of the games, the quarterback can't be hit. Most of the games now. It's now a shock if you turn on a spring game, and there's a few out there in which they allow the quarterback to be hit. So Joe Blow had 7 sacks in the spring game. Yeah, he touched the quarterback as he was being blocked, as he was flailing by, and he reached out his arm and tapped the quarterback. So to me, when you line up wide receivers against defensive backs in the open field in a spring game, that's real. That's almost a complete replication of what we see during regular football games. Yes, exactly, Mike. And this is the case with almost every team. I don't want to say every team because I don't watch every spring game, and every so often somebody may surprise you. But yeah, they want to allow they don't want their quarterback to get hurt, of course. They also don't want sometimes you hear the stories about an exceptional player, a Hall of Fame player, and that he kind of ruined practice because he was so good that, pick your guy, whether you want to go back to Rosie Greer or Mean Joe Green or more recently Chase Young or somebody of that ilk, that they were so good that you hear the stories that they have to take him off the field, or if they have to tell him just kind of calm down and just kind of play the position because we can't run our offense and we need to get practice in. So absolutely. So they want their offensive linemen to be able to develop and become cohesive. And I think that's, man, there are some teams out there, and LSU comes to mind as one team that brings back its entire offensive line, and they had a tremendous first season as really young players. They started 2 or 3 freshmen, and they really developed. Of course, they were all highly recruited. And now LSU has what's pretty rare in college football, and that's to bring back your offensive line. And that's one of the big priorities of most teams during spring practice is we got to figure out this offensive line rotation. So you think about that, and it's like it's unlike any other position. I have a great respect for the offensive line, the cohesiveness of the offensive line, and the offensive line coach. Because think about it. We think in a very linear way that, okay, they've got a center, they've got a left guard, a right guard, a left tackle, a right tackle, and that's it. No, these guys are mostly interchangeable to a certain extent. Obviously, many guards can't go out on an island and play tackle. They are guards. But sometimes a coach can't go to game number 1 and field his best offensive line because his 5 best offensive linemen aren't as versatile as he needs them to be to get them all on the field. So basically you got your 4 best offensive linemen, but your 5th best is also, another tackle who really can't play guard well. And they're working through combinations, and there's a lot of puzzle pieces to put together when you think about it. Oh, well, these two, this guard and tackle play well together on the left side, but then our combination on the right side's not working, but both of those guys should be on the field, and there's a lot to deal with there. It's pretty interesting from that standpoint. Jason, we appreciate you being here. Jason's a Michigan fan, always shows up, and pay it forward, guys. It's just $2. Thank you so much for that, Jason. That's very nice of you. Appreciate you being here. So we are dedicated to doing this each and every Monday at 6 Eastern time. And that was just the best time for us and the best time for you. So YouTube analytics show us that, at least for our viewership here of close to 40,000 on this channel, that the prime time to be on, and this is not why necessarily I chose this time, but at 6 p.m. Eastern time, this is when you guys are on YouTube more than any other time. Who knew? Well, YouTube knows. So that's what they tell me. Seems like to me that you guys are out here late night. That's what it seems like. But 6 o'clock Eastern time is they give you a little grid, a little chart that's got like a heat map. And 6 o'clock is just, so you're here, so we're here. And the SEC show, we unfortunately couldn't put in a time spot, but and I also wanted to try out different day parts. You will most likely never see me at 7 in the morning, however. It is possible. It is possible that we'll do a morning show at some point, but don't expect a whole lot out of me at that point, but we may try it. I'd love to see who would show up at 7 o'clock in the morning, because that's another thing that is kind of interesting running a YouTube channel is that, so for example, and I had this conversation recently with Joey that I was here conversing with all of you, and I was fact checking something that I had said or something that we had posted a year ago. And I'm looking at this live stream from a year ago, and I'm just seemed like the comment section, the live chat had completely turned over almost 100%. And I'm seeing these names and thinking, where'd these people go? Where did these people go? It's not like that they seemed too disgruntled. They were complimenting the show and loved it and talking about how much they loved being here, but boom, they vanished. And now we've got new people. Just kind of interesting. And I read something the other day on YouTube as well, because I was curious about, it's a constant mystery it's a constant, mystery that's trying to be solved by myself and others in terms of YouTube and how it works and the analytics and what are the key triggers. And I found out the other day that YouTube purges accounts periodically. And so they will kind of review the 39,000 plus people that we have here subscribed, and to make sure that these people are active. So sometimes they'll purge it, and I may lose a handful of subs because either they find out some of them are spam accounts, some of them haven't watched a video in 5 years, and they'll just knock them out. I guess they used to not do that, but they do it now. Mike, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for that. That's very nice of you, Mike. Super chats are super fly. Go blue. Just wanted to hear Mark say, go blue. Mike, it's like you read my mind because I knew I could trust you, so I just read the comment. Most super chats I get, and I see them in the chat. Of course, being a veteran YouTuber, you've learned to read the comment before you just kind of like read it word by word. But that one I didn't, because, of course, Mike's a longtime viewer and can be trusted. And when that go blue was coming out of my mouth, I was thinking, I am about to make a disclaimer that I only say that during super chats. You can catch me on if you ever want to catch me on a super chat or catch me saying those two words together, blue go, in another order, then you know what you need to do, because I always read super chats. I can only think of 2 times, and I don't remember what was exactly stated in the super chats, but there were 2 times that I rightfully could not read a super chat because they were extremely offensive, not to me, but to other groups or individuals, so they could not be stated. But otherwise, I read them all. Of course, I appreciate them all. It's very kind of you to contribute. Daniel, thank you so much for being here. Daniel will let you know that Wednesday at 11 a.m. this week, we sometimes have to move it, but it will be Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We've got the Ohio State Buckeyes live show Wednesday at 11 over on the Ohio State channel. Okay, Big Ten on CBS, NBC, and Fox this fall. Can't wait. So Daniel has delivered a CBS, NBC, and Fox promotional for all of you. Some of you could care less who's broadcasting the games. You flip on the game, whoever's announcing, fine. You watch the game. That's great. Others of you are kind of into and pick up on the nuances of the production, and the approach of each network is different. And of course, since I worked in the industry for, good Lord, 31 years, 19 at a particular network, that obviously that's starting to leave me a bit, to where I used to be super critical and used to be watching the production as much as watching the game. I'm not so much like that now. But yeah, I am going to be, in addition to just watching Big Ten football, to see how. So for you old timers, you will remember that CBS had the Big Ten from, not for a long time, I think they had a 5-year contract. Think about this. When I started watching college football, that was all ABC, not even ESPN at the time. So my first season that I really, really understood what was going on and watched every week was 1978, kind of 77. But anyway, I can't really recollect much from 77 except bowl season. So I don't think I just started watching bowl games out of nowhere. So I must have been watching in 77. But 78's the season that I really remember first. And ABC was college football at that point. ABC was, now bowl season, you had CBS chime in and NBC with the Orange Bowl, CBS with the Cotton Bowl, but ABC was everything. And then, and so you would watch, and let's take 1978, for example. The Ohio State Michigan game was on ABC, and Ohio State, They might have had one other game. They probably had one other game on ABC. And the rest of the games I would watch on tape delay late at night. And I'm putting some people to sleep. What was going to be my point? Oh, so it's funny looking back, at least for me. I don't know if this works this way for you. When at my current age, I am 28 years old, looking back to when, you were like 12, then you think like your 3 years of watching sports seems like an eternity. Like that's the way sports has always been broadcasted. And that's just your frame of reference. So when ABC last did the Big Ten in 1981, that was my 4 years of watching football. That was everything to me. I didn't know anything else that ABC did the Big Ten. Well, CBS took the Big Ten in 1982, and it was just strange. Suddenly you had Brent Musburger and Ara Parsegan doing the Big Ten games, and it was kind of odd watching the Big Ten on ABC on CBS and starting in 1982. But they only kept that contract 82, 83, 84, 85, 86. I can remember those games, those graphics, those like the back of my hand. And then in 1987, ABC took the contract back. And ABC and then at some point it became ESPN, of course, ESPN, ABC. They came together, and then Disney got involved, of course. And then, of course, Fox. Let's see. Fox's first Ohio State Michigan game was in 2017, and they took over primary ownership of the Big Ten. So 2016 was the last ABC/ESPN Ohio State Michigan game. And then 2017 was Fox. And then, of course, since Fox had the number one draw out of the Big Ten, always taking Ohio State Michigan, we've had Fox dominate the Ohio State Michigan game and the better games in the Big Ten. Although, of course, ABC and ESPN, even though Fox is now linked to the Big Ten, consider that ABC and ESPN up through this season still takes the number 2 game in the Big Ten, the number 4 selection in the Big Ten. Then, so they're still a huge factor in all of these in the Big Ten ownership. But getting back to Daniel, I say all that to get back to Daniel's point about those 3 networks, those 3 platforms taking on the Big Ten in 2024, and how interesting that's going to be for somebody who pays attention to those sorts of things or has a background in it, that there's just going to be a different look, different graphics, different approach, different music. And believe me, those networks they're hard at it right now, working through all that. They're already gearing up. This is March of 2023. A year and a half in advance, they are working on selections of music because they're thinking we want to create a brand. Think about all the great college football music, stings. And you guys know what a sting is. It's a little commercial term for kind of a blast of music that becomes catchy. You guys can you can hear music and remember, oh, that makes me think of this game because it was on this network. We're going to see it all through March on CBS and all their derivatives, that we're going to hear music and one shining moment at the end of the whole deal and all the music, da, 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 all that. And it becomes so ingrained in the presentation of that sport that it brings us back to 2007 and 1993 and all these other times, and it creates attachment. So even though we are a year and a half removed from Big Ten football on CBS, NBC, and, well, they're already on Fox, CBS and NBC, those networks are already planning. They're already choosing directors and producers and pegging who that they want at the network or who they're going to go get. It's a big deal. And again, they're going to play with graphics and music combinations and scrap stuff and start over and studio looks and all of that because they want to build a brand, not just we're showing a football game. Let's get 2 good announcers and buy some cameras and show a football. No, they want to build an identity. So a lot goes into that. And yes, Keith Jackson was, yes, the greatest, in my opinion. So I agree with, I believe it was Hummus Hero. Yeah, so as Hummus Hero is pointing out astutely, the only time ESPN will have Big Ten teams on now is during non-conference road games against the SEC and the Big 12, which are rare. Iowa State, there's a good example right there. That's going to flip-flop back and forth between ABC and /ESPN and Fox. Although, of course, Fox still has a Big 12 contract, or did. Do they have did Fox maintain the Big 12 in the new contract? Yes, Lewis pointing out Todd Blackledge. So Todd Blackledge, who I think does an exceptional job. I was just pausing there for a second because I was about to go down through into his NFL career, which was less than stellar, but we'll leave that alone because I've actually watched some recent videos on Todd Blackledge and some of the teams that he played on with the Chiefs. And then he went to the Steelers. And yeah, I love watching old NFL games. But so anyway, Todd Blackledge, his first assignment was with CBS. He was actually with CBS early in his career. And then, of course, he's been with ABC and ESPN forever. But yeah, I saw that the other day as well, Lewis, about Todd Blackledge moving on to NBC. I think he and Sean McDonough have been a really good team the last few years. Oh, Jason, not a fan of Blackledge and McDonough. Every time we get into this conversation about announcers, I can never remember. So I am not usually, my top teams are typically not the guys that come to mind. The number one play-by-play teams, the Fowler, Herb Street, Johnson, Klatt. They're good. They're really good. I have no issues with them, but they're usually not my favorite. I'm usually down the scale where there's a few teams out there that I really like Bob Wischusen. I think they put him with Dan Orlovsky for the last few years. Love that. Love those two guys together. I like, and I wouldn't have thought I would have liked this, but I love Mark Jones and RG3. I think they're great. I love listening to those two. Now, once in a while, they get a little full of themselves, and it's like, hey, boys, got a game to call. You guys have been yucking it up for a few minutes. You missed like a 48-yard bomb there. No, but they're really good. I like them. Antoine says Gus and Joel Klatt are number one. And I have no issue with anybody thinking that. And I don't want to criticize anyone. So I'll leave Gus Johnson alone, I believe. And I understand he's a great guy. Any person that's ever commented on Gus Johnson says that he's an exceptional human being. So I don't want to say anything bad about Gus Johnson. And hey, if I've got to go through a college football season and listen to Gus Johnson every week for every game, that there are worse plights in this life, but he's not my first choice, not my second choice, and so on. But Klatt's phenomenal. Love Klatt. He's great. I would love to get him on here. Maybe we can pull some levers there. I wonder who See, here we've got another Gus Johnson fan there from the United Drills of America. The United Drills of America. We have never seen you here before. I have not, at least. So, man, I haven't done this for a long time. So I'm actually excited to do this because I have not done this in a long time. Welcome to the voice of college football, the United Drills of America. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for being here. Would love to know who you root for and how long you've been watching. So welcome TUDOA. But yes, Gus Johnson is the GOAT. A lot of people love that. Love his enthusiasm. And yeah, again, the thing I was going to say about Klatt. Yes, that brought to mind our buddy Phil Steele. So Phil Steele, I'm going to pat myself on the back just for a minute. Just let me do that just for a minute, because Phil Steele has been nice enough. The last couple of times he's been on here, he has made the comment. And if you've ever seen Phil Steele's Twitter page, I noticed this because we follow each other. I noticed this in the summer. So once he completes that baby, then he's off on the media trail. You know, he's off on the media run, the car wash. He's just doing radio shows like every 20 minutes. You know, this dude, like, you know, and he will post his schedule for the day, noon, 12:30. He's going to be all over the country. He's in Birmingham radio, San Diego radio, you know, Knoxville, Tennessee. But Phil Steele has been very nice the last 2 or 3 times he's been on here to note that, you know, I don't get this kind of conversation everywhere. He said, Mark, you know, I'm talking to a guy that really knows what he's talking about, and it's very nice. And he just said some very nice things. And I think next time he says that, I'm going to go, Phil, who do you know in this business? Let's get some more heavy hitters on here to talk some college football with us. But who else was I going to come up with that I like? Oh, I was reminded of him the other night because I was flipping around during the basketball. And yes, I did watch more basketball this past weekend than I have in years and years and years. And that it wasn't much. But Ohio State got me slightly excited over the weekend, and I had them on. I had all 4 games that they played this weekend. I had them on. I wasn't like intently watching, but unless it was like close late, but it was on all the time. And but during one of the Pac-12 games, I saw Dave Pasch doing the play-by-play with Bill Walton. We all have our opinions about Bill Walton. I think he would annoy me now, but I used to find him extremely entertaining. He used to crack me up. I used to, when it's balanced, when you're still getting the game call, but he can work that in. Something tells me, I don't know this from experience because I don't watch basketball, that Walton would drive me crazy now. But and he drives Dave Pasch crazy because I used to get my fill of that because of those guys being ESPN guys. So I was, you know, in the production rooms and so forth, listening to those guys all the time. And Pasch, God bless him for putting up with Bill Walton. My goodness. But Pasch used to be great with anybody that they put him with. I think for a time, this was a good team. They had some kind of combination of Pasch. Now, how would this have worked? Because Luganbill was on the field, and so was Todd McShay. So I can't remember who. Oh, Greasy. They had Brian Greasy with Dave Pasch, and then they had Luganbill. Maybe 1 or 2 seasons they had Tom Luganbill, and then they had Todd McShay for a couple other years. I thought those guys were great. Loved it. Brian Greasy's really good. Big Brian Greasy fan. Yes, I know he played at Michigan. Brian Greasy fan. I hate to say this kind of, but yeah, again, try not to criticize anyone, but he's 10 times better than his dad was. His dad wasn't very good. Great quarterback, but I didn't think his dad was that Good. And his dad, it was one of those, and for some of you folks, you've got to like rewind like 30 years. That Bob Greasy was a big deal. He won 2 Super Bowls in the NFL. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. So those guys kind of get the, okay, if you can talk, we know you know the game, you're going to be the number one guy. And so he was, sitting next to Keith Jackson forever. And I don't know who else he was running mates with. It was mostly Jackson for most of his career, Bob Greasy. But yeah, Brian Greasy. Yes, he's good, Jason. Yes, Hummus Hero, I'm right there. Brian better than Bob. And let's see. And I believe that Mike threw something in there I wanted to highlight, but I missed it. Pat McAfee, he's good too. Well, he's hilarious. He's an entertainer. So I want to hear somebody who is knowledgeable and they can communicate in some type of interesting way. They don't have to be funny. If they're funny, that's a bonus, but they need to be insightful. They need to be, if they're not energetic, they have to be extremely intriguing in some way or insightful. There's got to be some combination of that. Felipe mentions Keith Jackson, of course. Just, when you're born with those kind of pipes and then you just deliver it the way he does. What's funny about, of course, we're the voice of college football, and whether you want to consider me the voice of college football, that's up to you. But anyway, Keith Jackson was the voice of college football. And so I point out to people once in a while, because I'll get criticized once in a while, and people go, well, Keith Jackson was the voice of college football. Okay. We do understand that he was a play-by-play announcer. So he was literally his voice, his vocal cords, calling the game, the voice of college football. Like audibly hearing a voice, that's the voice you most associated with college football. Did he have any opinions on college? Well, of course he had them, but he kept those to himself. He was a play-by-play guy. It's a completely different deal. When we're talking about voice, we're talking about opinion. We're talking about having a voice, having a statement to make, an opinion, a perspective on college football. It's almost like we are the perspective of college football. Two different things, two entirely different things. All right. We've taken this down a path I did not anticipate, but that's quite all right. And enjoy everybody being here. And for anybody that's interested in more Wisconsin coverage, I did post a Wisconsin spring update a few weeks ago. And so you can check that out. And I am sincerely hoping that once we break free from basketball, that we will have some guests on here. I believe we will. We've got about 15 media guests that get this link each and every week, and they understand that we're here, and if they've got 5 or 10 minutes to drop by and check in on us. Lewis is going way back into the archives. Chris Schenkel. All right, Chris Schenkel, he was the main voice before Keith Jackson on ABC. And at the time that I started watching, I may have caught a couple Chris Schenkel broadcasts, but mostly then Chris Schenkel went to the studio and then he was like Mr. Bowling guy. Like I remember Chris Schenkel doing bowling on Sunday afternoons. You talk about a boring sport to watch on television. The guys either throw a 9 or they throw a strike. That's pretty much all that happens. They either then pick up the spare or they miss the spare. There's like 4 different shots in bowling. But anyway, Chris Schenkel, yes. Lee Corso was good. Yes, absolutely. Ton of respect for Lee Corso. Of course, there are things happened in his life from a physical standpoint that have hindered him in recent years. And I think that's obvious to all of us. Dan Beast Media, that's a great call. He's one of my favorites. I tried to highlight that. There we go. Brock Heward. Brock Heward was on ESPN forever. And I think at one time he was with Bob Wischusen. And I loved those two together. They were phenomenal. And then Heward is now with Fox. And I cannot remember the guy, Jason Kennedy. I screwed up his last name. It's something close to that. Jason. He's really good too. The play-by-play guy. He's a baseball guy. It's like a White Sox baseball announcer, but does college football. And those two, they are great. Brock Heward, yes. He's exceptional. Yeah, I saw that. I picked up on that. I have not been much of a game day viewer, although it's an exceptional production for a long, long time. But yeah, the Bear went to Fox, so I would expect that they're gonna. I would hope that they're gonna be creative and try to do different things with him. But obviously, he brings a certain cachet, or he's got his niche. Let's put it that way. Of course, he's got his niche, and his niche is like knowing everything kind of guy. Madden and Summerall in the NFL. Yeah, they certainly owned the booth for years. I think if you went back and listened to some of those broadcasts, you would be somewhat disappointed if you truly listened to them. That's the only thing I'll say. Yes, they were great. That's again, I'm so biased toward the soundtrack of my childhood that they get a pass. But it's funny you say that because, yeah, I am big into checking out NFL games, old NFL games on YouTube. And I was watching the Cowboys and the Bears playoff game from 1977 the other day. And I might have watched, and I'm not like sitting there for 3 hours watching this. Like I'll kind of skip around and try to find where the key moments are. And of course, I typically have a recollection of exactly what happened during the game. So I'll just kind of find it and I'll just spend 10 minutes and look. And, you know, in hearing Pat Summerall for 5 minutes, he must have made like 3 mistakes. Like, I mean, bad mistakes. So Pat Summerall, yeah, again, you know, those guys are kind of untouchable. They're just, that's what they were. Don Meredith, yeah. Dan Beast Media no longer watches College Game Day. He's now going in favor of the SEC Nation or the SEC Network. So much better. And that's Tebow, Jordan Rogers. I'm certainly not watching SEC Nation for Tim Tebow. You know, Tim, I love all the charity work you do. But Tim Tebow, he's gotten better. From what I've seen, he's gotten much better. But Tim Tebow's, yeah, a bit rough. He has been. But he's had a mic in his hand for long enough now that I think he's kind of coming around. You know, this is a Big Ten show circa 2023. So I don't know if we should really allow this. But since they're 24 membership.
I think it's honorary. I think it's honorary.
Yeah, it's honorary. They are officially members of the Big Ten. So,
you know,
Tim, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I didn't come talk. I was jumping in on your conversation on announcers.
Yeah,
like going back to being a kid. I remember. It's hard to do because he's a Duck, but I remember Dan Fouts and Keith Jackson doing the doing a lot of Rose Bowls and stuff like that. And am I crazy, or did Merlin Olsen also do some stuff in college? I'm trying to think. I was a big Rams kid too, as well. So
yeah. So Merlin Olsen, when I first started watching, he was with Dick Enberg on the NFL games on NBC. But they did the Rose Bowl from the time I started watching the Rose Bowl, which was 77, 78. It was Dick Enberg. I think Kurt Gowdy had just relinquished the Rose Bowl assignment to Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen, and they carried it. NBC had the Rose Bowl up until I don't want to sit here. I could figure it out. But yeah, those two did the Rose Bowl for a number of years. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I had no idea who they were when I was young, but I remember
the two I haven't heard yet. Maybe you said already, but Joel Klatt for college and Al Michaels for the NFL. I mean, Joel Klatt's analysis, and not just in game, but I'm talking about the stuff he does on YouTube.
Yeah,
and kind of just the whole body of work. There's always something new that I learn, and I follow this stuff, and I still learn 3 or 4 new things every time I watch him.
Yeah, we've talked to Klatt. He's great.
Yeah.
Al Michaels, I first remember Al Michaels calling college football for ABC before he got the Monday night gig in 86.
And you believe in miracles. So that's
absolutely that's his big call.
I'm happy for him going to Amazon because I think we all knew that NBC, they're trying to get Tirico into that spot, and Al Michaels was supposed to retire after that Super Bowl, and that was supposed to be the swan song, at least according to Dan Patrick and others who have been saying this. But then Amazon comes to him and says, "Hey, $15 million a year to call 1 game a week. Not bad."
No, you may want to, devote 1 day of prep and then call the game and collect your 15 mil. Sure.
And then I missed the end of your conversation regarding the spring games. But the best thing for the spring games, if you have that freshman quarterback, or you have that, I don't know, that your 5-star guys, you get to see them on the field against other college guys. I know they don't play, like you said, they don't play 100%, but just seeing the new guys is always fun. Plus, these days of NIL, you have all these, not just new guys, but you have new guys to the roster that were on a team you played last year. I remember it was just bizarre watching Kai Blackman, wearing a USC jersey. So you're right. The spring games it's kind of like soap opera-ish, right? You get to watch. It's more entertainment than it is actually football, but there's so many side stories and stuff to those spring games. It's always fun to watch. Plus, you're starved. I mean, heck, I think we'd all watch them just do Oklahoma drills after not being able to watch college football for 4 months. We're so starved for football. It doesn't matter if they're doing cartwheels, for God's sake. We're probably going to watch. So,
well, the thing about for me for the spring game is that the networks finally caught on to, we cannot broadcast this like a regular football game. If you tuned into a spring game 10 or 15 years ago, it was like they would announce it like it's a football game. And it was extremely boring. Now they turned it into a TV show. And what I get out of it, if they're doing their job, and ESPN does a great job, and even the Big Ten Network at this point, they get their analysts down on the field talking to coaches. They're giving you, it's basically a update on where the program stands, where the team stands, what are the position battles. They give you a TV show, and it's
a real show.
A report. Yeah.
Basically
a report on the team for 2 hours, and it's thank you. That's what I want.
Yeah. You go back to record, because there's stuff on YouTube from 50s, 60s, 70s, and it's this is the game, and there's not much else. And so I think they've come a long way in terms of actually packaging it in something that you can learn some stuff in addition to watching.
Oh, and there's a little more money in it these days too. So yeah. those viewer dollars, they're going to put a patch up for everybody just to reel in all those dollars.
Yes, Dan Beast Media, Georgia, on April 15th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll be here. We'll either do some, well, I'll obviously have to measure that against everything else that's going on, but we will have some semblance of coverage via watch parties and post-game call-in shows. But it all starts with Michigan on April Fool's Day.
Well, I just want to hop in and shame all the Big Ten people, you know, for the not quite Big Ten guy to call in, because you guys have your own show, man. Pac-12 show, I'd be hopping in talking some football. So there's got to be some like Iowa wallflowers out there. I've seen a bunch of Buckeyes and a bunch. God knows what, John. We have enough Wolverine fans in this community.
Oh, well, I hear somebody, one of them might be calling in at 9. That's what I hear. So there's a rumor.
Tim, did you hear our plans for the Michigan spring game?
No, not
so
yet.
It's going to be on Patreon, but the link is going to be available for everyone.
Okay.
So we hope to have a flood of people watching the Michigan spring game with us.
Should be interesting. What they call the Buckeye Killers? Is that what they're called now? Isn't that what we call the Wolverines?
No, I think that they need to win a few more before they actually match the series total during this century. So maybe if they win another 12 or 13, something like that, we can start to hand out nicknames.
No t-shirts yet, John? No Buckeye Killer t-shirts yet?
Oh, is that? I don't know if Mark's going to sign off on that one.
Start your own line.
Yeah. But I hear there's Big Ten stuff coming, so at least there's we got the Big Ten representation.
Joey does these things. He doesn't even ask me. He's just he pops on with that. We're going to do a Big Ten line. Okay.
Well, Rick and I are going to start doing something on our next show next Sunday. We're going to start covering USC history with the Big Ten schools, ramping up to join. So what we're looking for though is we need to know. Maybe we'll take a vote in the chat. So if you anybody out there from a Big Ten school want to show up, just to show up, support show, give us a like, put your vote in, and then bail. I'm good with that. Stay about 5-10 minutes, just keep it a nice round number. Put your vote in. I think what we'll do is we'll have whichever school gets the most votes is the first one we're going to do. So I mean, really, USC has history with a lot of the programs in the Big Ten, just simply because of the Pac-12 Big Ten relationship over the years. But a lot of other games outside of bowl games. So if you guys want to come check it out, again, we'd all appreciate the support, trying to grow the show. Come and give us a thumbs up and just leave your vote. Or maybe afterwards, if I know it'll be late-ish, 8 o'clock. I know some of you guys are old. You might go to sleep by 8. But if you want to come and just leave a comment, that would be cool too. That helps the show as well. So
Tim,
just want to stop in, plug my show, and talk about spring ball with you guys. So
well, Tim, appreciate you stopping by. I don't know that if a lot of Big Ten fans are going to be happy with that review of history against USC, because it's not too pretty.
We're going to try to do not the whole picture, but also recently. Like for instance, last time we saw the Hawkeyes, they kicked their ass in the Holiday Bowl. So I mean, it's not all roses for USC. We've taken our lumps many times from the Big Ten.
Iowa has this tendency to just pull out these wins sometimes, like the recent stomping of Kentucky. Just that happened out of nowhere. I didn't think that was going to happen.
They took advantage of a very soft Helton squad, and there was one play in particular I remember. It was for California, for San Diego standards. It was cold. I mean, guys. I've been to cold weather. It was cold. It was probably by the end of the game. It was probably cold California style. Like low 40s at the end of that game. Wind chill, who knows? Maybe dipping into 30ish, right? And I'm up there in the rafters. I got a last minute seat. I'm up there freezing my butt off, watching a Iowa running back. He gets probably met about the 15-yard line and carries, and it's like a rugby scrum, and they go from about the 15 all the way back to the 2-yard line. At that point, I went, this is just completely embarrassment. You're getting completely out physicaled. So, before anyone starts saying, "Yeah, get ready for the Big Ten," we've come a long way from there. So, hopefully, we're not going to repeat the Helton years. Hopefully, we find a defense. So. It'll be fun. So join us. I mean, we're going to try to hit all the teams. We have a little over a year to do this. But we're gonna want to hit like one. I don't talk to Rick, but maybe once every couple weeks or maybe every week. So let us know who we should pick first. I'll leave it up to you guys. Thanks,
Looking
Mark.
forward
Thanks,
to it.
John.
Check it all out. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. So again, everyone, that's every Sunday night with Tim and Rick talking USC football, and they've extended out their hand to you Big Ten fans to join over the next several weeks. So please do that. Again, Trojan Conquest on the USC channel.
Got the link right in there. All you got to do is click it. You can sub to them and check it out. It's a good time. It looks like we have a caller, Mark.
Oh, yes. I believe this is Dave is jumping back in. He wants to talk to you. He's already talked to me.
Well, let's see what.
No, it's not Dave. It's
How we
Dr.
doing?
C.
Oh, Dr. C. I'm sorry.
Dr. C.
I confused Dr. C and Dr. Buckeye. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, no.
No, that's a fatal mistake I just made.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I was just going to do a quick mention because we were talking about announcers. And my favorites are Chris Fowler and Herbie. I think they work phenomenally together.
Yeah.
But one announcer, which I think he got a bad rap, and I think he was fantastic. And I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on Brent Musburger. I thought he was fantastic. Did you guys enjoy him? And he got controversial at the end with
Right. I think there are worse sportscasters than
really?
Musburger. I think there are better ones. I think he's somewhere, for me, it's like right in the middle, because I've enjoyed some of his calls, but
see, for me, when you bring up somebody like a Brent Musburger, again, I'm going to be slightly biased because you're playing my childhood soundtrack.
right.
So when I first heard Brent Musburger, he was doing the NFL Today. Like, he was the main NFL studio host. There was nothing better than Brent Musburger, Irv Cross, Jimmy the Greek, Phyllis George doing the NFL. And then they put him, while he was doing the NFL, as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were around for this, Dr. C, I was kind of outlining the Big Ten network ties through the years. And when CBS picked up the Big Ten contract in 1982, then Brent Musburger on Saturday was calling Big Ten games with Ara Parsegian. And I just thought that was phenomenal. And so I always liked Brent Musburger, but like John, I don't think there's any question that I don't know if he just got so comfortable in his own skin or just didn't care anymore, or older people tend to the filter tends to leave them at times, but said some things and very cringeworthy, strange kind of things at various times. But yes, for the 98% of his career, he was exceptional. And I don't remember the circumstances that surrounded him leaving CBS. So the last assignment, I'm almost positive that he had at CBS was the 1990 Final Four. And he was the guy at CBS. He did everything. He was the calling college football games on Saturday, was the main NFL studio host, was doing doing all the main hosting from all the NCAA tournament games. And he was the pre-Jim Nance of the NCAA tournament at that point. And then I think something happened at CBS and he was out. And then he landed a job with ABC rather quickly, but it was not his decision. And that,
and when it happened, to all fairness, that was a gorgeous woman, Catherine Webb, who went on to do modeling.
Yeah,
just a 10,
Absolutely. So that came to mind. But there were some other incidents, but that's the most famous.
Well, it was funny because I was watching it with my brother, and my brother was like, that was way out of line. And I was like, well, you know, I see his point. And my brother's like, no, he's basically telling us that he wants to hook up with this lady. And he was.
Well, Mozart's Ghost has a point about it. So I like Musburger, but you get to a certain age, and if you don't bow out, you get pushed out, which, as we saw with Al Michaels, even though he's probably one of the greatest that has ever done it, NBC was pushing him out for Mike Tirico. And then he of course signed with Amazon instead of retiring like what was the original plan. So yeah, I mean, it happens.
I think Musburger, now I don't know at what point he would have been, just raked over the coals for those statements, but for me personally, he would have been okay with maybe some acknowledgement, but it dragged on and on. He added to it, and he's calling a national championship game. I think that also has a little, it shouldn't have that much to do with it, because if you say something inappropriate, it should be inappropriate regardless, but you're calling a national championship game.
Hey, but the camera guy has something to do with that, because they kept panning back to her.
Well, they're always, so I don't think I'm uncovering any kind of mystery that cameramen are looking for good-looking women during sporting events, typically, number one.
Yeah.
By their own volition, or just that's good TV and the director's okay with that. Number one. So they're doing that anyway. Number two, she's the girlfriend of the star quarterback for Alabama. So there's reason to show, even if she was his mom, they would have shown her at some point. But yeah, they did lock in on her quite a bit. So they gave Brent a little too much opportunity to capitalize on.
Yeah. What's funny is one time I went to the UFC. It's my only time. It had a great time, but there was phenomenally attractive women at the very front of the aisle, right? So they panned to those girls, and then once they panned with the camera, I saw them leave, and then I'm like, that's odd. They were paid to be there, so it looks like there's very attractive women at these events. So
I had a cameraman when I worked in Mississippi, and because I'll leave his name out of it, I feel very comfortable telling this story, because I wouldn't do this to anyone. But we would go to the, fill in the blank, the Alabama LSU game, and he's shooting the game on the sideline, and it's a newscast. Like, you're busting your tail, like you're trying to go to a game, interview coaches, interview play, go to the post game, go to the locker room, get interviews, like in your high, you're busting your tail to get back to the stadium, put something together, depending on the timing of the game versus the newscast and all that. Well, this guy, I had to reprimand him at some point, because I'd pop in the tape. There'd be there's 4 game tapes, and this guy between plays, he's shooting cheerleaders. I'm zipping through 8 minutes of cheerleaders from a number of various angles as they're being posted and otherwise. And I'm like, okay, I can't, beside from we needing you to be a professional, because you don't understand that we're in a stadium with 75,000 people, and there's hundreds of people on the sideline, and people can look at you as being a professional with the TV logo and call letters on the camera and know this moron is doing something that's inappropriate. Number one. Number two, you are impeding my progress in trying to put together highlights and put together a story, because I got to whip through 40 minutes of, yes, I won't say. Right. So we had that conversation. Yes.
Well, it's in addition to women, they always try to find the craziest dressed, or body paint, or I know that they always pan to the stormtroopers in the Michigan games. Mm-hmm. So they're looking for that too. They're looking for wacky personalities that they can point out.
Yeah. And I guess last thing, and I'll let you guys go, because I think we've spoken about Brent Musburger more than anyone in the chat wants to know about him. But you know what? I think the week later, Brent Musburger was announcing another game, and then he made a similar comment about a coworker or the sideline reporter lady. So I don't know if he was trying to act like, hey, I talk like this all the time. It isn't such a big deal. But I remember just thinking about, man, you saw the S storm that you caused in the national championship game, and then you do it again. And I don't know if he did it in spite or just to, say, hey, this is me, I make these comments. Yeah.
I think, he was doing like a Big 12 basketball game like the next Wednesday or something. It was only a few days later, and he's back at it.
Yeah. And like, I defended him the first time, but the second time I was like I said, I don't know if he just felt like he was maybe trying to say, hey, I'm really just being flattering. I'm not trying to be a creep or anything. This is just how I compliment folks, right? I think that might be the angle he was thinking, right?
I think he's still doing the Las Vegas Raiders games on the radio, I believe.
He's doing that up until at least I know he was doing it very recently. I don't know if he's still. He's like 83, so he might be slowing down soon.
Yeah. But him, I really enjoyed him. And I was gonna say Marv Alberts as well, but that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, he had his off the court issues. But Marv Albert was, as a basketball guy, NBA guy, he was exceptional, no doubt.
Exceptional. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much for taking my call. And thanks to the chat for hearing me out, and have a great evening.
Thanks, Dr. C.
Take care. Bye.
Dr. C may want to listen up to John's ranking of Big Ten coaches. This should be intriguing.
Absolutely. And we have, I don't know if I've seen this guy before. You might have, Mark, but Joey, Penn State fan, is giving a super chat, super sticker. And I invited him to, consider calling in because, last time we had Erica Goldberg call in, and we talked some Iowa football for a little while there. We had coordination, Nebraska guy called in, John Johnson, and we talked Nebraska football. We'll talk about anybody in the Big Ten, and happy to talk some Penn State and chop it up if you want to do that.
This is a good call by Mike G in the chat, who notices Joey's contribution and says, Joey going full Franklin, minus a penny going full Franklin with the super chat, of course, Benjamin versus James there. So Joey, thank you so much for that contribution. Appreciate that. I will let you know that our Penn State guys were to do a spring practice update on Sunday, and then they were under the weather, but we'll be catching up with them soon. So we'll have some fresh Penn State content for you soon.
Absolutely. So thanks for that super chat. That's awesome. And feel free to give your take. I think you're gonna like where I have your coach ranked. So I think you'll be happy with it. Some other people might not be, but you will be, I think. So just to kind of preface, and then feel free to stay, whatever you want, Mark. But just in terms of how I'm going to do these rankings, we're going to rank the Big Ten head coaches. We're going to look at Big Ten conference performance. We're going to look at recruiting. We're going to look at championship appearances, and I am factoring in the postseason. So the people who win, some Michigan fans might hate me too. We'll see. But I'm looking at all of it, and so I think now obviously we have some that have never head coached or haven't recently head coached a Big Ten game, so they had to be put in somewhere too. I didn't just unrank them, so I kind of factored in like previous college football, not NFL at all. Because then you'd have to look at Harbaugh, you'd have to look at Matt Rule, you'd have to look at so. Didn't look at NFL, but everything else I think was fair game on this. So please, at any point, call in, give your take. If you agree, if you disagree, you want to talk about it. I just posted the link to the StreamYard right in here. Come on in and let's chop it up.
My parting comment is going to be not necessarily a ranking, because I did my coaches rankings 1 through whatever the number is now in the Power 5. I think it's 69. So you can just
I think so,
basically just
69.
you can just go through and obviously pull together a Big Ten ranking by just looking at that. But I will probably, as I've done in the past, do a per conference coaches rankings list at some point here in the next few months. The one thing I will say is that I will be interested to see where you rank Pat Fitzgerald, because I believe that he's the most difficult because of the inconsistency of the performance and because of the just deplorable record and play over the last 2 seasons, and 3 out of the last 5 or 4 out of the last 6. And then in addition to that, though, on the flip side is the tremendous challenges that he has of building a winner there. I think he's the most difficult one to rank.
Him, Tom Allen, and Schiano were all really hard. After that, it kind of shook out, but those 3 were really hard because, they're all kind of in that. So it's just a matter of, okay, have they had success? Pat Fitzgerald, yes. 2 Big Ten championship appearances. Have they had success? Tom Allen, technically that 2020 year, 2019, they did okay. So it's just kind of where they've had success versus not, but it's what have you done for me lately? So recent Big Ten conference performance trumps less recent.
And the other aspect with Schiano is, of course, he was the head coach at Rutgers previous. And I looked at somebody's coaches rankings the other day. I don't remember. It was a national writer. And he went more from the standpoint of overall resume, still had Saban number 1, which is certainly valid.
Yeah.
But for the first time in a long time, it can be challenged. If you're talking about a in the moment ranking, you can certainly put Kirby Smart in that number 1 spot. But he still went with Saban. He still looked at it more from a more long-term resume, historical perspective. Schiano, of course, did a great job at Rutgers. Football has been awful for generations. Ironically, they won the very first college football game, but they've been awful for generations. So what Schiano did in the 2000s was way above their standard. Even though it's like still a losing conference record in the Big East, and he was barely over 500 overall. He took an awful program and made them respectable, even challenged for Big East championships. Then he comes back. And so this second go around with Rutgers, sure, they're not very good. But again, he took over a program that had lost 21 consecutive Big Ten games. And most of those were by 40 or 50 points. Like, he just took over an awful program. Now he's made them, they're not good. They still can't score, but they're at least winning games. They at least win their non-conference games against the likes of, the awful teams that they play in Boston College last year.
And they win their non-con, and then they win the occasional Big Ten game.
Yes.
Basically.
I believe they went 2-7 in the Big Ten this year. So he's winning a couple games, and they're more competitive by far. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Jason, thanks for your $5. Adding you again to our repertoire of super chatters here. It's nice to see the occasional new super chat person too. Thanks to Joey. We've got our Wolverines representing, so that's always nice to see, and a Buckeye. We got a couple different schools in there. All righty, so I'm going to get going on this with Ryan Walters. I haven't seen anything. He did a great job, in my opinion. I saw it up close and personal. Illinois game, that defense, oof. That defense is tough. And he did a great job with that. But as a head coach, we haven't seen anything yet. They lost a lot, obviously, to the NFL. They lost a lot. They lost their head coach. He finally went home. to Louisville. I was in Louisville right as that was happening, so I probably missed Jeff Brom by like maybe 2 minutes. We might have crossed Ubers or something. But I was in town when that was going on, so that was pretty fun. But yeah, Purdue. I think that's just the biggest question mark we have. We don't have the resume really to rank him at anything other than 14 right now. But it could shoot way up depending on if they repeat what they did last year or if it's a rebuild situation. Let's see if we got some comments.
Yeah, really the only, I'm not going to challenge that in any way, shape, or form, because that's, I think, the reasonable approach to take to new coaches. Now, the only change up to that I've applied to my rankings would be Ryan Walters is, of course, he's neutral. He's done nothing as a head coach. He's neutral. So I have sometimes ranked head coaches who I don't believe are doing a good job behind. I've considered them kind of like a place marker, like of neutrality. And then if I believe some coaches are underachieving, I've placed them under somebody like a Ryan Walters.
Yeah, that's definitely super valid. I think it's all just got to figure out where these things go. And yeah, I'd be down for that too. I think that most of these coaches, though, have had at least a glimmer of success, and they've had a good year. And so I may be wrong about one of them, but I'm pretty sure everybody's had a good year. Ryan Walters has had nothing. Yeah, but he did do a great job with Illinois' defense. They were the number one statistically ranked defense for points of the year. So that's worth something. But we'll just have to see how that translates. How can he figure out offense? Can he figure out how to replace Chase Brown? Do you even, can you that's one of those generational running back talents that I don't even know if, DeVito, obviously another one. So we shall see. Let's see here. Okay. A lot of people talking about Michigan, Penn State. I promise you we'll get to those. Yes. So Tom Allen was next for me. So this group here was really tough to rank. But I put him at 13, just hasn't really seemed to replace Kalen DeBoer or Mike Hart, who I think seemed to be pretty instrumental to the success of those 2019-2020 teams. And I think that they benefited. Granted, they had a great program in terms of consistency to be able to go into 2020 when a lot of other teams, including Michigan, were way down. They were able to come in second and gave Ohio State a game. So, there was that. But obviously the last couple of years just haven't found the replacement. And I was struggling between him and Pat Fitzgerald on this one. And Shiano, really, they all could be in any order, and I would say it's a valid list because they've all had mediocrity, they've all elevated their programs at times from what they have been, and it's just a question of honestly, what do you personally look at as heavier criteria?
John, I will let you take it away from here. Folks,
absolutely.
We will drop the link in the chat one more time here
and
continue to do so. And so please give John a call and chime in on his Big Ten coaches rankings or anything involving Big Ten football or otherwise. So he's wide open to anything, but of course, focusing on the coaches rankings. So check these rankings out and let him know what you think.
Yep. I can drop the link here. Boom. Call the show. Yeah, and you could call anytime. And last time we literally I just brought in everybody. We had a nice little group discussion, which turned out to be pretty fun. But Mark, always appreciate you. And as always, thanks for having me on. And I will see you a couple of days for Michigan Wolverines Live.
Absolutely. John and I get together Wednesday at 5 Eastern, everyone, for Michigan Live over on the Michigan channel. So join us then. Thanks, John. We'll see you.
Bye, Mark. All right, and here's the kind of the shows that are listed here. You got your Iowa, you've got your Michigan, Nebraska, and Ohio State usually has the four-headed beast with Mark and the three commentators. So it's always a great time. We did get a comment on Purdue. So we've got a couple of LFG, I believe in Coach Walters at Purdue, and moderate improvement on D. Can Walters take Purdue college football up a notch higher than Brom did? Well, that's the question. Can he coach a defense? I think he's proven he can coach a defense. Does he understand offense? Has he brought in the people to make that happen? So that's always this in 2023's game. I don't know if you've noticed, and this is the case. You see it in the NFL, you see it in college, and there are exceptions. There's Kirby Smart, there's Nick Saban, they're defensive head coaches. In the NFL, Bill Belichick, but even he's struggled, right? Defensive head coach. Pete Carroll, he's struggled. Did win a Super Bowl, that was a little while ago. Won a bunch of national championships in college, that was a little while ago. So I think in 2023, sometimes going with a defensive head coach, it can work out, but I've seen more instances lately of it not working out. So I just think it just depends on, again, can he bring in the talent? Can he recruit? Can he raid the transfer portal to the level that I think Brom did a great job when it came to that, and offense in general, and really cultivating good quarterback play with Aiden O'Connell and some of what he did. So that's a big question there. So I have Pat Fitzgerald next. And the reason, here's the thing. We know from if you Wikipedia him, you look at his head coaching record, it's basically like every third year or every fourth year, he has a really good year. And then he has a couple down years as his team is younger. And then when he has his more senior year, then he has a decent year. He did have 2 Big Ten championship appearances, losses to Ohio State in those. But these last 2 years, he's won a combined total of 4 games in 2 years. So he is a favorite son, native, alma mater. Obviously, all of that is there. So that obviously gives him, as we saw with Jim Harbaugh, as we saw with Scott Frost for a long time, they're given some additional leeway for sure. And what he's done up until this point, he's had some really impressive showings at Northwestern. So I had to put him ahead of Tom Allen because he's had more. He's had Big Ten championship appearances. Tom Allen almost did, but just couldn't quite get it done against Ohio State. But Pat Fitzgerald did have 2 in the last 5-6 years. So I got to give him that, but he's got to turn things around or he's going to quickly find himself number 14. Okay. So Greg Schiano Rutgers, this one was also really hard because I think you have to look at the programs as a whole and who have they gotten other than this coach and how have they done versus how Schiano's done. And if you look at somebody like a Chris Ash, who I actually thought, oh, this could be a pretty good hire. I was wrong. I think there was just a culture situation where when you're dropping games 78-0, 60-0, that's a culture that's a complete culture problem. And I think that Greg Schiano was the only hire that they could have made to bring them at least out of the very basement of the Big Ten. Now, can he get it back to when he had his first tenure and he brought obviously Ray Rice and some of those great seasons that they had? That remains to be seen. He's going to have to win a couple more Big Ten games in order to do that. And he is in the East. And this is another reason I have him a little ahead because I'm factoring also in division toughness, right? The Big Ten East, up until last year, and this may change, Big Ten East is tougher than the Big Ten West. Anyone can come in and fight me on that, but we have a name for it, the McDonald's Funhouse. And it's a tougher row to hoe to win the Big Ten East. And so Greg Schiano, he wins a couple games. He scared Michigan a few years ago. And he will win the occasional game, and he'll at least make the losses more respectable, which there's something to be said for that. I know that on the scoreboard, it's still considered an L, but you also have to think about the locker room, mentality of the players. If they're fighting and it comes down to a last possession, that's a little bit different from a 78-0 blowout. So I'm going to give him that. It has yet to be seen, can he have one of these seasons like Pat Fitzgerald has had in the past, or Tom Allen had in 2020, where they just kind of went that extra step. We'll see if he can do that again. But as of right now, at least he's gotten them up a step. Yes, exactly. So East more tough. Yeah. Hardest division in college football. I mean, it's up there with the SEC divisions for sure. Absolutely. Mel Tucker. Tuck coming, as they say. Well, he didn't come last year. So 5-7. I'm going to try to be impartial on this as best as I can. 5-7, fifth in the Big Ten East. I think that it speaks volumes. And if you go back to the predictions, if you go back to Mark and Steve and when I called in and some of the predictions that we made for 2021, a lot of us were saying it's going to be a 4-win team, a 5-win team in 2021. And it turned out to be a successful team because of a certain generational running back, Kenneth Walker, who's now doing great things in the NFL. He came in, one of the biggest gets in the transfer portal that we've seen, and just lit it up for, I think it was 5 touchdowns against Michigan that year. That is not one of our finest moments, but this year he's gone. They definitely lost some people. And it just didn't feel like the same team. Peyton Thorne had a tougher time because when you don't have your generational running back to fall back on, then, more is expected of you, and it becomes less of a balanced offense that way. And we saw that at times with Mel Tucker. So the jury's still out a little bit. And Mel Tucker rode the transfer portal, which, as he absolutely should. He did the right thing by doing that. They had D'Antonio left them. He took his last bonus, and then D'Antonio ran for the hills and left them with very little. And you've got to give Mel Tucker this bit of credit, and this is why I have him up above the others, is that he did have that really strong first year by riding the transfer portal. And that's what you have to do. Michigan is one of the top in the transfer portal. So, Michigan's had to embrace that mentality as well. So here's our first new, existing head coach, has been a college head coach, but now new to the Big Ten. And I put Matt Rule at 9 because his college experience is a little bit less recent. And again, like I said, recency. He had a rough go of it at the Carolina Panthers, but he has a tendency at stops like Temple and at Baylor to take a program that might be a 1 or 2 win program and grow them into a 10 or 11 win program. And I think that Nebraska would be thrilled if they made a bowl game in 2023. So I think that probably behind the scenes, Rule is saying, okay, let's see if we can make I don't think he's saying this to the players, but I think he probably, when he was hired, I can believe he strongly set expectations with the administration to say, okay, guys, this is a rebuild. I've done 2 of these successfully. You got to follow my lead here a little bit. Let's win a bowl game. Let's try to get to a bowl game, and then we'll continue onward. And so I think that he's making some strides. I think he's got some good pieces in place. They're going to have a quarterback battle like we talked about with John Johnson last time, Corn Nation. Casey Thompson comes back for a 6th year. Jeff Sims. They're going to have a quarterback battle. And I do trust whoever Rule picks is probably going to be pretty good. So I would say, watch out for Nebraska for sure. I'm going to address this. So Michigan, yes, this is something we continue to continue to discuss. And I have called for this on the Michigan Wolverines live show, which we have every Wednesday at 5. Michigan Wolverines live, that Ward should be fired. I think he's in the process of being transitioned out. We've talked about that. And so, yes, I did not agree with pulling out of that game. I thought we could beat them. I think the only issue was that I believe that was the Hawaii, it's flip-flop with Hawaii. So the only issue was that Harbaugh used those 2 games as Cade and JJ auditions. So if it was JJ's audition against UCLA, that would have really put him straight into the Hornets' nest on his first ever game. I still think he would have done a great job, but I don't like the decision. And I'm really looking forward to 2024 when Michigan is going to be playing a strong non-conference opponent. And then that'll continue through 2027. Okay, so this was another struggle. Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. And, some might ask, well, why isn't he a little higher? Because he has had a consistent record of, usually 7 to 10 wins a year. He occasionally makes a Big Ten champion. He's had 2 in the college football playoff era Big Ten championship appearances. Here's why I put him at 8. These wins have almost entirely been on the back of Phil Parker's defense. So if Phil Parker was on this list and he was the head coach and it was his defense fully, then maybe he'd be 7 or 6. I can't give him credit as much for what Phil Parker's doing. I do give him credit for hiring Phil Parker, but at the end of the day, his offense has done almost nothing. Most of their points last year were on the back of the defense. It was actually considered, I think Iowa fans were having a parade that they scored 2 touchdowns against Michigan because, literally, they were so ecstatic over that because their offense just wasn't doing anything. So do I think that Cade and Eric All coming in are going to really help things, even with Brian Ferentz and that situation's still there? Yes, but it's just like I think if D'Antonio was still a coach, or if I was doing these rankings in his last year when he had kept the same staff and kept things the same and didn't make any switch ups, I'd probably be thinking similarly about D'Antonio, even though I have a lot of respect for him getting to the college football playoff. He had a great 2015 year. He had great years of obviously winning Big Ten championships. I believe it was 2013. He won beat Ohio State. But at the end of the day, Kirk Ferentz, mad respect to him for lasting 23 years or 24 years now. But as we've talked about with Erica, as we've talked about with Corey, as we've talked about with some of the fans, it may be getting to that time where a change might be needed. Yeah. It's hard because LFG, it's hard because at the end of the day, the Iowa defense was literally like taking out first round draft picks, second round draft picks all year. They were doing such a good job, and their offense just did nothing. They would maybe make a field goal or a touchdown a game, and like I said, 2 touchdowns against Michigan was a big freaking deal for them. That defense with a Penn State level offense is a playoff team, in my opinion. I really do think so. And I'm sure Erica or some of the Iowa fans' spidey senses might be tingling because we're talking a lot about Iowa. It's just fascinating. And yes, this is my point exactly, Antoine. Kirk is stubborn. He's been doing this for 24 years. And then here's the other thing. Nick Saban's been doing this for a long time too. But the difference between Kirk Ferentz and Nick Saban is Nick Saban consistently finds coordinators and schemes and things to innovate the offense and defense every single year, right? And that's why he won a national championship with LSU. why he's won so many with Alabama, because he found OCs. You got your Lane Kiffin, you got your Sark, who were innovators, and they were good at managing that talent. And yeah, he's made a career. I mean, to be fair, he's had the occasional. He did win 2 Big Ten championships early in his tenure. He won a big 2 Big Ten Wests, I believe, in the college football playoff era. So he's had good years. They've also tended to coincide when his contract extensions are up. He has this magical ability of being able to do that, where they have a great season when he's up for renewal. And Coach Saban. Coach Saban is an innovator, and he continues to do it no matter what you think about him. He keeps doing it. So here's the next struggle. But I put him at 7, Luke Fickell. And the reason I put him at 7 above Matt Rule is because, number one, his college football experience is more recent. He also was able to get the first ever G5 team to the college football playoff. And they didn't completely implode against Alabama. They put up a fight. And so with that, combined with just how he's overperformed at Cincinnati, you've got to give him, I think, a strong first ranking. So I'm putting him at 7 for now. I do think he might jump, though, in future rankings, because once they start, you got Tanner Mordecai, you've got Phil Longo running an air raid run kind of hybrid offense, which I think is exactly what Wisconsin needs to run. But it may take a little bit to get that personnel in place to run a more air raid style. So the first year could be really good, or it could be a building year. But he has the pieces. He has a really good defense. He's got a running game that's already good that he inherited. And then add on to that, Tanner Mordecai, some additional pieces, some additional weapons around him. And Wisconsin could be a contender for the Big Ten West. Absolutely. Yeah, John, speaking of whiskey, they already beat USC before. Yeah. So we're having some USC discussion in chat. USC is joining the Big Ten in 2024, and it's fun to speculate where they're going to fit into all of this, for sure. But I think that it's going to be interesting to see where they shake out in the rankings, and when they start. I think that their games against Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Wisconsin, they're going to be must-see TV. They really are. Okay, here might be a bit of a shocker. Mike Locksley, number 6. Okay, those of you remember back, so I went to the 2017 Maryland versus Michigan game at Maryland Stadium. And you have not seen a more tongue-in-cheek, we know we suck, but we're just going to have fun attitude. You got to give Maryland fans credit for showing up, for being just good-natured about the whole thing. When you have a program that is just laying eggs left and right all over the place, and winning, 4 or 5 games a year. Well, now they have a quarterback. They have Talia Tagovailoa. They actually have shored up their in 2022. They shored up their defense. At times, they had actually good defense, and their offense was doing well enough to hold their own with such powers as Ohio State. Up until the last couple minutes of that game, it was a barn burner. And of course, Michigan, they really tried their best in that game. They won. They obviously won some Big Ten matchups. And so because of that and their bowl win, I think that Locksley could be doing more with what he has. I think he has a very talented team, and that recruiting does play a role in these rankings. And he's able to recruit good talent. Will they rise in the rankings with Josh Gaddis as offensive coordinator and with Kevin Sumlin? They now have a 3-headed beast offensive coordinator. So I'm not sure exactly how that's all going to shape out, but exactly. Maryland is dangerous when they want to be. September Maryland, you don't want to be playing September Maryland. I don't care who you are. Texas struggles against September Maryland. Michigan struggled against September Maryland. September Maryland is where it's at. And then they do tend to fall off, and it might be a strength and conditioning issue, honestly, because in September, they are pretty formidable. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Franklin in a little bit, but I absolutely remember that when that discussion was happening, because Franklin has an extremely good agent. And so anytime there's a job out there, oh, James Franklin might be interested in that. So that's always a good time. Okay, Brett Bielema. I put him at 5. Illinois was a complete disaster for a while there. Lovie Smith, it was a disaster. There was one year where they made a bowl game with Brandon Peters, I believe, as quarterback, former Michigan quarterback. But it was a dumpster fire. It really was. And Brett Bielema, to his credit, 8-5 at Illinois, and they were in serious contention for the West. That's impressive. They lost their bowl game, yes. But so if you were there at that Michigan versus Illinois game, what you saw was a team with a lot of heart, with a lot of mental toughness, and they were not going to let Michigan just ease through this game. I think Michigan underprepared for this game. I think that they thought they could ride Blake Corum and just win the game based on Blake Corum. And then when he went down, they didn't have an answer, really. JJ made things happen with I believe it was Colston Loveland and Isaiah Gash. He made a couple of plays happen here and there. But at the end of the day, like, when you're facing the fully fledged, healthy Illinois with that defense, that running game, the quarterback play, even with DeVito, I mean, he made some great decisions. And I think that Michigan took Illinois for granted because Illinois had been weak, because they had a lot of people out. Well, guess what? Pretty much everybody was back for the Michigan game. And they, again, looked like the team that they looked at in the beginning of the season. Yeah. Well, yeah, he's going to have Illinois playing hard no matter what. And listen, that's exactly what they needed. They were a joke for a while. And so, yeah, you got to give him that. You got to give him that he's found good talent. I mentioned that. I mentioned that Josh Gaddis, former Broyles Award winner, although Steve Dace and I both agree that it should have been probably Mike McDonald. But Gaddis is the Maryland OC. If you remember a couple years ago, Gaddis had it out with Loxley over who was calling the plays at Alabama. And now they're working together. So clearly they broke bread and made up, and or Gaddis didn't want to be unemployed for a year. It was one or the other, maybe both. Yeah, Illinois is dangerous, and they almost beat us. I mean, they were literally this close to winning that game. It was the finish of the century, or at least the finish of that week. But everybody struggled in that week. If you remember, Ohio State struggled against Maryland. Georgia struggled, I'm pretty sure, in that week. Everybody was struggling, I think, because they were kind of looking ahead to their next opponent. And we've got our final 4. How about PJ Fleck as number 4? And here's why. PJ Fleck has, I think, done more with less, and done more at a program that, again, was a very middling program under their previous 2 head coaches, Tracy Claeys, Jerry Kill. And PJ Fleck comes in, brings in, obviously, Tanner Morgan and Kirk as the OC, and they have that magical 2019 year. And they had a good year in 2022 as well. Win some Big Ten games in conference play. They tied for second in the West. They were one of the teams in conversation for going to the Big Ten West Championship, and they won their bowl game. So PJ Fleck has the unique ability to do more with what he has. Brian, Fleck has had more recent success. I absolutely think he's done. I mean, you can make an argument, but if you look at the success on the field, you look at what Fleck has done with a team that, let's just face it, they weren't very good. And they're formidable in the games that they play. Occasionally they get beat down, but for the most part, they're in every single game. They're usually tied. They're usually second at least. Or the one time they were tied for first in the Big Ten West. So I think Minnesota even being tied for first is pretty crazy. Yeah, he's done a great job. He has done an absolute great job. I know Mark is a fan of Fleck as well. And yeah, where will PJ's? Well, this is the thing, Mike. Where will PJ's next stop be? And by the way, if you guys want your comment or question to the front and you want your name on here, feel free to send a $1.99 super chat or any level of super chat. And your name's going to be up here, your amount, and all of that as well. But PJ's next stop is probably, I don't know. I mean, I think that he needs to first have a year that's above what he's been doing. And he's had good years, but he's still, again, in that Big Ten West limbo of they can't quite break through that ceiling. And I think he'd need to do that once. But there could be an NFL team desperate enough that's like, you know what, this guy has been doing a great job. Could be an NFL team, or it could be an SEC team. It could be a major Big Ten team. I don't know. But I think he has to have a season that's a little better than 2019 in order to us to have the next stop conversation. But he's getting there. Lots of great comments coming in. Row the boat, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I love a good Gaddis comment. Antoine Johnson. Antoine's saying this, not me. Gaddis is a fraud. I tried to tell Miami fans, but they just thought I was a hating Michigan fan. Well, if you look at the tape, you don't have to. You can. Here's the thing, Michigan fans. If you want to talk Gaddis, and you want to talk Gaddis with the intelligence of like going beyond the just the stuff that we tend to say like fraud or whatever. It was Harbaugh's offense. Go look at the Miami tape and actually look at the wide receivers route running. Look at the undisciplined route running going on. Look at the fact that they didn't know what was happening half the time. Remember, wide receiver coaching is supposed to be Josh Gaddis's area. He also had, on more than one occasion, a 180-pound running back running into the teeth of the other side's defense. And I guess he forgot he didn't have Hassan Haskins anymore. And if you are going to do that, you should put somebody with some heft to run through the teeth if you're going to run through the teeth. So he definitely wasn't really able to adjust to the fact that he didn't really have the same personnel, and Miami is a very different team and they have very different personnel. Yeah. Thrilled. I mean, I think Michigan fans were understanding of the fact that Harbaugh instilled the 2009 Stanford offensive playbook when his job was on the line, and you saw the difference. So he ran the Stanford playbook. And if you want proof on that, I can make a video cutting it up and comparing the two. I'm happy to do that someday. But his offense is what they ran. Sharon Moore and Matt Weiss, I think, were just as instrumental as Josh Gaddis in what they did in 2021. Now, he would say he did it all, and he has said that on Twitter to Michigan fans. But that's a whole nother matter entirely. Yes. Yes, Broyles Award. I mean, he did. It's in quotes, but he did win it. He did. Now, you can argue, should he have won it? Or should Mike Macdonald, who literally in 1 year, transformed Don Brown's Dr. Blitz defense into the Ravens-style defense, running multiples, running Aiden Hutchinson and Ojabo on the edge, and that pass rush his first year, what he did was remarkable. And I just don't think it's even I get it. Yeah. I just don't think it's even a comparison. I think Mike Macdonald absolutely should have won it. Okay, James Franklin, number 3 for all of you. I do know there's at least one Penn State fan in the room. I'm putting Franklin at 3. The reason I'm putting him at 3, the season last year was good. It was an 11-win season, 3rd in the East. So it's basically where Michigan kind of was for a long, once Harbaugh started in 15 and through those years, that's about the Harbaugh level. But then he did one step above what Harbaugh was doing in those years, and he won a major bowl game, the Rose Bowl. And yes, he is staking his entire career on that fluke Ohio State win that led to him being the Big Ten champion, and Penn State the Big Ten champion. I'm sure our Penn State fan will disagree that it was a fluke win, but it was a fluke win. And so Franklin's, that is a big piece of his career and resume. But he did finally get that Rose Bowl win. And with Drew Aller coming in, I think another reason he's at 3 is he's one of the best recruiters in college football. I think he's one of the best recruiters in college football. And I don't think, getting 5 stars to come to Penn State isn't easy. It just isn't easy. Okay. I grew up about 3 hours from Penn State country. And I can tell you, it's not easy to try to get people to go there. And he's remember, Penn State was in a really, really rough place a decade ago. A really rough place. And Bill O'Brien stabilized it. Then he went off. James Franklin comes in from Vandy. And he did, I'm also basing a little bit of this on 2 9-3 seasons at Vandy. Okay, let's remember that, folks. That wasn't easy either. And that's another, kind of like PJ Fleck and Brett Bielema, I'm giving him some credit for overachieving at a program that is historically usually one of the worst, at least recently, in their conference. So, give him some credit for that. So I'm putting him at number 3. Okay, Daniel Henry, yeah, it's a fluke win. And yeah, I think 2017, Ohio State stole the game, but you obviously got to give credit to the coaching staff of Ohio State for doing that, right? Yeah, he's a great recruiter. No one can deny that. Even the biggest Franklin haters, he's a good recruiter. The issue is the in-game. Okay. Alfred Bill, I'd love to see who you would put in as number 3. Feel free to call in if you want, or just share your ranking. I love to hear where you're who your top 4 are. Here, call the show, and anyone can call the show. Last time we had 5 people in here, and we just had a party. The issue is his non-adjustments. Exactly. His in-game decision-making is why he's not higher. Okay. I'm going to get some Michigan fans mad at me. But here at the Voice of College Football, we try to be objective and impartial and look at everything. I have Ryan Day tied for first. So this is why. Remember when I said we're looking at postseason. So Ryan Day has won almost every single Big Ten game he's ever played except 2 against Michigan these last 2 years. He has had a college football playoff win against Clemson. He was 1 play away this year from basically winning the title. I think he would have beat TCU and he would have won the title. 2 Big Ten championship wins, 2019, 2020. Technically, he is 1-2 against Jim Harbaugh. We can argue that in 2020, Michigan would have lost that game, and you can make an argument for 2-2. Either way, it is what it is. If I had to choose, I would put Harbaugh a smidge above because of again, recency. Maybe 1A, 1B, maybe. But I'm putting them as tied in terms of, because you got to look at postseason play too, in my opinion. And as much as Harbaugh has had a great 2 years, he has still won one bowl game in 2015 at Michigan. And you gotta think he should have gotten South Carolina. He probably also, you can understand Dalvin Cook in 2016. You can understand that stacked Florida team losing that bowl game. You can understand losing to the Alabama team that almost all those players then went and won the national title. You can even understand the Georgia game because they were the national champions. But I can't get my head around South Carolina, and I can't get my head around TCU. Those two were extremely winnable games, and I think that, that's really what you got to look at a little bit when you're looking at coaching in the Big Ten and factoring in that postseason play. I'm ready to see what the thoughts are here. Okay. Day is better. This is stupid. Okay. Does this mean Jim and Ryan are both standing on third base together? You could argue that Jim didn't start at third base, whereas and look, even Buckeye shows that I've watched recently have given credit to Jim Harbaugh for what they've done, what he did with a 5-7 program and turning it around. All right. So here we go, Jim Harbaugh. Now, again, if I wasn't factoring in postseason, he'd be the outright number one. 13-1, first in the East, 2 Big Ten championship wins. Obviously, the loss to TCU. If one factor was slightly different, he'd be number one outright. If we weren't factoring in postseason, he'd be number one outright because he has the 2 most recent Big Ten championship wins. He's won against Ryan Day head-to-head twice. Ryan Day has beat Jim Harbaugh once, and then COVID year would have been twice. So you can make an argument in a lot of different ways here, but what Harbaugh's done these last 2 years have catapulted him to the top 5 head coaches in the entire sport. And I think that that's something that you got to look at. Yeah. I mean, he is a leader in the best. And listen, the recruiting is another reason why Ryan Day is tied. Okay. Because Ryan Day and Hartline have recruited 5-star talent. They recruited, especially at the wide receiver position, they've recruited some of the best talent from across the country. And Harbaugh just hasn't gotten quite that level of recruiting. Now, has he made the 3 and 4 stars into all-stars? Yes. When it comes to doing more with what he has, Harbaugh has done more with his talent, I think, than Ryan Day has done with his talent. Ryan Day has recruited better. At the end of the day, you really can make an argument here. But here's what's remarkable, folks. At least you can make an argument either way now. Whereas in previous years, Ryan Day would have been the definitive number one, and I think most of us would have agreed with that. Now it's a conversation. And if you add it, if you don't count postseason, I'd say Harbaugh is the definitive number one. If you do count postseason performance, I think they're tied when you also factor in recruiting. And we've got friend of the show, Dependent Fanatic here. Always love to see Dependent Fanatic, man. Great time. I'm going to put up the StreamYard link. So anybody can call the show, chat. We'll chop it up. We'll talk any Big Ten topic you want. I don't care if it's Nebraska, if it's Iowa, if it's Purdue, whatever. Yeah. So Jaden, yeah, and this is a thing. And this would also, I think, help Harbaugh's rankings if they do land 5-star QB Jaden Davis. And he's still 5-star. I think it's the 0-3 or the 20. He's the 24/7 Sports composite 5-star, but he's also 4-star in a couple areas. But still, overall, I think he's the second highest quarterback in the class. And Michigan's put in almost all their eggs into that basket. And you're absolutely correct, Jason. If he commits, he's got about 3 or 4 friends who are wide receivers who are going to come to Michigan. So he doesn't just come alone. He comes with talent. So that's really, really big. Okay. So, yeah. So as far as the third base comment, it's really hard to argue that, right? Against that. And even they said it on the Buckeye show I watched the other day. It's hard to argue that Ryan Day took over a Cadillac program. It's hard to argue against that. He did. Urban Meyer had Ohio State at a Cadillac program. They're beating Michigan every year. They had a good defense. 2019, they had a really good defense with Chase Young and some of the pieces that they had in that 2019. And I think that carried over from the Urban days. So yeah, I think that he had a better program handed to him by far than Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh has taken essentially dumpster fires and turned them into successes. He did it at San Diego. He did it at Stanford and turned them into a 12-win program and won an Orange Bowl. He did it at the 49ers, which, of course, we're not counting NFL here, but he did it at the 49ers, turned an NFL program into a team that made a Super Bowl and a couple other conference championship appearances, and then he did it at Michigan. And so that is something to be said. And again, I think Ryan Day is a very top recruiter. So that's also something that has to be factored in. I think if it wasn't for Ryan Day's recruiting, and this is all very painful for me to say as a Michigan fan, but if it wasn't for Ryan Day's recruiting, they wouldn't have come within a last midnight field goal attempt at winning the game and probably winning the title. Recruiting had a lot to do with that game. So did the game plan, of course, and Ryan Day, I think, called the game of his life in that playoff game. So he did have. It's not like he's done nothing with his success. He's had 2 big. We're calling him. I mean, people are calling him a schlub because he's lost 2 Big Ten games to 2 extremely good Michigan teams. The narratives are very polarizing because the same was said about Harbaugh before, and that's kind of why I take a little bit of offense to it, because it's like Harbaugh was the same thing was said about him, that he just can't break that hump. He can't beat Ohio State. Well, the fact is there are other factors beyond the game. There are, and you've got to look at them too. But I obviously we're very pleased with how the last 2 years are going. John, do you buy into the narrative that Day is enamored with the 7 versus 7 passing game? Well, not only that, if you look at it, so Urban ran a lot of QB read option. And I found myself wishing that Ryan Day picked a little bit more of that up from his perspective. Of course, I was happy with how, but it would have been good to see CJ Stroud run some more for their chances. And so absolutely, I think that he's very into his wide receivers. He focuses a ton of time and heartline on the 7-7 passing game. And keep in mind, he has said, now we don't know if this is going to happen for sure, but he has said that he is stepping back from play calling duty in 2023. There was one comment I really wanted to put on here. Well, I like this one. I haven't seen any O-line the past 2 years better than Michigan's. Georgia. That's about it. Georgia. There's one more. There's a really good comment. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, and listen. Look, this is why it's tied. When some Michigan fans are probably not super thrilled with me by making it tied. Menace to Sports said they're tied too. Okay, so your homies over there. Yeah, the fact of the matter is you have to look at postseason play, and postseason play, you got to give the edge to Ryan Day and Ohio State. So that's why I'm saying they're tied. There's one more too. This one. Yeah. So I'm saying they're tied. I'm not saying he's the best in this metric, in this list. I'm saying he's tied for first. However, if you just look at Big Ten performance and you don't look at postseason, Harbaugh's better. Why? Because he has the two more recent head-to-heads against Ohio State. He has the two more recent Big Ten championships, and he inherited a dumpster fire and took it to a perennial 10-win team, and then now these last two are his best 2 years. So if you factor in postseason, I say they're tied. So we've got a lot of discussions about USC. You guys want to chop it up on USC, get on in here. Let's talk USC. I'm happy to do it. USC will be competitive in the... Oh, Jason, you said you were going to call in. Call in. Here we go. Here's the link. Let's do it. USC will be competitive in the Big Ten. I don't see it right away until they can get a defense and adjust to the Big Ten style of play. Well, I think that this... Oh, hey, Traveling Fools. We got Traveling Fools in here. We got Traveling Fools. No, it doesn't. False. If you're saying that, okay, let's just remember, okay, what would have happened? Just think about this. What would have happened if Ryan Day had taken over the Michigan program? I know it really boggles. I know this thought exercise is going to really mess with some people, but let's just think about it for a minute. What would have happened? We don't know for sure, but I would argue I don't think it would have been nearly as successful. Could be wrong. Probably would have been a better passing game though. But at the end of the day, yes, that was 8 years ago. He's had 8 years to build his program. I agree with you, Brian. He has a winning percentage in the college ranks of 740 in the regular season, and for the entire career, 717. Okay, that's a very good across the board result. And what you find is that if you look at the Michigan performance, it averages out to 9 or 10 wins consistently for longer. And there's something to be said for that. Now we'll see, can Ryan Day hold on to this consistency for 8 years? Can Ryan Day continue to win 11 to 12 games a year with the pressure that they have put on him? Because I hate to say it, but Ohio State's fans, they do not like losing to Michigan. And that has to be, from a mental health perspective, extremely draining. to be the head coach of a program where it's basically a 1-win season. And I'm sure that Jim Harbaugh had to deal with this too. And there were a couple of seasons, I know he had back surgery and he was on back meds, and there were things that were going on behind the scenes. And like, I'm sure that those losses to Ohio State did not help things. But it's even tougher at Ohio State. You're expected to win every game, and you're expected to win a natty every 5 years. Ohio State fans can correct me if those expectations are wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's right. I agree with you, Antoine. I think that they have underperformed because at the end of the day, their talent level, I mean, they should be crushing Michigan. So when I was in, I've been in the business world for almost 10 years. And in business, some people are given the world and some people have to start from nothing. And in sales, we say that sales is the great equalizer, but there's been times in my life where, I'm up against somebody and we're head to head and they have 80% of the really, really good accounts, as in the ones that are spending money, the ones that are, they've got the gold, right? And then you have somebody like myself came in, basically had to build a list from scratch. And almost every account that I ever brought into that company was an account that I built from nothing. So what started to happen? In the beginning, the other person was ahead of me those couple of years. And then the work, the grind, the effort started to equalize. And then the final year, it was me. And I think that what you're seeing with Ryan Day and Jim Harbaugh is a similar type situation, where one team has an embarrassment of riches, and the other team, listen, the recruiting just hasn't quite been at that same level. Yeah. Okay. Comparing the, I hope you're not serious. Did you give that same consideration to Urban? He took over an Ohio State team with a losing. Can some of the other Ohio State fans in here just confirm that, like, the Fickle year was a fluke year? Like, you had a great program under Tressel, and even John Cooper was a great program, just didn't beat Michigan that much. So, yeah, I think that that's not really the best comparison, because I think if you're comparing the Michigan program and where it was in 2013 and 2014, whereas you got, like, Ohio State had one, right? Daniel doesn't even recognize that year. Yeah, it was one kind of crappy year because you had sanctions. Okay. Like, and it still was a 6-win season. And that was like the bad season that Ohio State has had the last 4 decades. So I just don't see the comparison. It looks like we've got Tim back, so I'm bringing him back in here.
I was just typing in the private chat saying, I'm just here if you need me to lure in some Big Ten fans that. Oh, yeah, they're pretty active in the chat there, John, talking about how Penn State's going to own USC and how Michigan's going to stomp us. And I'm sure the Ohio State fans will come in too. But I got news for you guys. Recruiting doesn't really back up what you guys are saying here. I mean, I know Harbaugh's a great coach and all, but let's see, take a look at the overall recruiting. That leaves Michigan at 19.
Yeah, isn't USC like top 10 in
USC's at 8 overall, yeah. And if they land Deuce Robinson, which is very likely, they'll be 8 overall in the high school recruiting. And probably somewhere just behind LSU, I think. I think they moved to 6 between LSU and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Yes, absolutely. USC has been dog water under Clay Helton. Absolutely. But we say that, and Penn State fan, we beat you. He won a Rose Bowl. He beat Franklin. Helton, arguably one of our worst, if not worst, head coach. Beautiful man. Hardworking. I don't blame him. He was just stuck in a bad situation with no support from the administration.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't exactly a great coach. And he beat your great coach that you keep giving these massive contracts because everyone in the world wants him. I was just talking to a USC fan in the chat about how the fact that there was a collective sigh of relief when Franklin passed on USC. When Riley, the whole time they had Lincoln Riley, they weren't even looking at Franklin. We thought we'd be lucky to get Fickle, and I do think Fickle. I think Fickle's for real. I think he's a great coach. Yeah. And the Fickle year, I think he's brought him up to Ohio State. Didn't what's his name? The quarterback, didn't he get hurt in that?
Are you talking about Desmond Ritter? At Cincy, or
I thought they lost their. Some of the Buckeye would be able to tell us. Mark would definitely be able to tell us if he was here. But I mean, that was a fluke year. They came into an amazingly stacked. Tressel had that thing purring with talent. Did you like my joke though? If they had come to Michigan, he would have been born somewhere in a pickle between first and second base. No, that didn't work. But anyway, yeah, I would love to hear from those Penn State fans and who's Antoine Johnson. Come on in here. Tell me the error of my ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who wants to chop it up, we literally have a USC fan who hosts the Trojan Conquest Live every Sunday at 8.
Yeah, Sunday at 8 Eastern. Yeah, Sunday at 8.
So come on in and chop it up. And U of M not so good. I mean, not so good. Michigan has been okay. I would say that there's some type of disconnect because normally when a team wins 2 back-to-back Big Ten championships and beats the rival twice and has these great years, you would think it would be right up there with USC in the top 10. And the fact that Michigan hasn't been, it's probably a mix of Jim Harbaugh's NFL flirtation mixed with the fact that you're not really going to get very many wide receivers, for example, to come and play for a team where you're running the ball 300 times a game. So it's also, I think it's the approach, the offensive approach too, that kind of turns some position groups away. But maybe it's the same, I mean, I guess we'll see what Grinch can do in 2023. I think one of the things that people were saying is, well, what about a Jim Leonard coming in and helping out on the defense once you hit Big Ten play, just because he's familiar with that kind of rough and tumble physicality that the Big Ten has. Do you think that Grinch will stick around for 2024 and continue to shore things up, or what do you think is going to happen there?
So I talked about this last night on our show. I have no idea what's going to happen to Grinch. So the short history of Grinch, why it is kind of interesting. He did a great job at Washington State. And so I told Rick, LBC Trojan yesterday, the fact that you have these great I'm going to give you 3 coaches, arguably some of the best offensive minds we've had in the past 15 years, right? I'll tell you their names. So you have Mike Leach. He wants him as his defensive coordinator. He's an offensive mind. He sees as I want you as my defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good evaluation. Mm-hmm. You have Urban Meyer, who says I want you on my staff as a co-defensive coordinator on the Buckeyes. And then you have Lincoln Riley, who is arguably the best offensive mind in college football right now. These guys know more football than this entire chat room combined, right? Any one of them knows more. Correct. Mike Leach could probably knows more about football than all of us put together. Mm-hmm. Probably did know more than all of us put together. These guys aren't idiots. They saw something in this man. Now, here's my question. My question early on was, we know that Oklahoma can recruit defense. I've seen some of those early 2000, that defense. They had some good defenses way back in the day. You can get solid players at Oklahoma. My point is for whatever reason, that staff couldn't get good players to Oklahoma. But Oklahoma, you guys, isn't the easiest place to recruit to. You know, you look at somewhere like Louisiana, Georgia, even Alabama, Florida, Texas, USC. You have dozens of, you know, top 100 guys around. You know, you could drive to go visit those players. You could stock your entire team with studs. When you're at Ohio State, Michigan, right, Oklahoma, you have to go into Texas. You have to go into Florida. You have to go, you know, to these places and bring kids out. It's not a natural recruiting place.
Mm-hmm.
So could he recruit defense? It didn't look like it. I mean, they did have some guys go to the NFL, highly drafted, actually, you know. So he was getting some guys, but not in the numbers you need. One thing that you've seen at USC, if anyone's been a fan longer, I feel, oh, USC is terrible, blah, blah. You know what's funny is, honestly, some of you guys got to take a look at USC's numbers in the past 10 years. Like, by USC standards, we're down. But I bet you USC had a better decade than Penn State did. If you matched it up, USC had a better decade than Penn State. I'm almost certain of that. You know?
Do you think that it has to do with the fact that California is such a recruiting hotbed too? Because I think what Dependent Fanatic is spot on. I think that in order to overcome that, and the fact that California has that natural recruiting hotbed situation, and they're able to recruit from other places very well. Hey, come to Cali. You know, get your shades, hang out with celebrities, and then you know, I lived in Ann Arbor for 4 years, and it's fun, but it certainly wasn't any picnic in January. So I think that in order to equalize it, yeah, Michigan's going to have to win a trophy, as in the Natty. And I think that's why they're putting all their chips in to obviously bring Blake Corum back and Keegan and all these people for this 2023 run. Because I think that's the only way to get close.
Yeah. And then anyone's talking about look at Grinch. He sucked. Look at USC's. Yeah, USC's defense did suck this year. But I don't know if you guys are noticing, but they got rid of their linebackers. They brought in all new. They went into Oklahoma State, took their best inside linebacker who had like over 100 tackles. They got probably arguably one of the best linebackers in the country in Tackett Curtis out of Manny, Louisiana. They are recruiting. They're recruiting like mad. I mean, I don't like, see, some of you guys, I can tell you guys are just kind of casual and you just hear what's on ESPN or whatever. You guys clearly are not paying attention to what Riley's doing at USC. Like, you really have no idea. And you clearly have no idea how bad USC was 2 years ago. I mean, that defense was the worst defense. This is not a put down to Oregon State, because I like what Jonathan Smith's doing. But Oregon State, the Beavers, walked into the Coliseum and ran all over USC the year before Riley got there. I think they probably ran for like 250 yards on USC. Oregon State. That's how bad our defense had become. So what they're doing in the tournament, he literally was an Achilles injury. A hamstring injury away from being in the playoffs this year, going from 4-8 to the playoffs. And anyone starts going, oh, soft schedule. Really? The Pac-12, I know, Big Ten, SEC, I know. But the Pac-12 had 6 teams in the top 25 and 5 of them with 10 wins. So it wasn't like the Pac-12 was garbage. The bottom of the Pac-12 was garbage. But you show me the bottom of any conference and I'll show you garbage. So
yeah, I would also argue
you guys are chat room warriors. Come on here and let's have a conversation.
I just popped the link in again. I would also argue that in the years with Sam Darnold, if it was let's say Urban Meyer, we've been talking about him, or let's say Nick Saban, or let's say Dabo Swinney, or at a coach of that caliber, or even if Riley was at the level he was at that time, I think they could have been a playoff finalist and maybe even won a playoff game and maybe even a title. I think that you had the talent back then to do it. It was just the coaching wasn't there, but the recruiting was there, right? Like the talent seemed there.
He had, so they hired Riley. What was it? December? No, it was right. It was right after. Yeah. So it's December. Riley gets hired in December, early December. The signing period is 2 weeks away. So he didn't really have a sign. He didn't have a recruiting class. He got all those guys in through the portal, threw together that offense, patched together a bad defense and made it a okay defense. pulling in freshman All-American from all over the place, going in all over the Pac-12 and grabbing their best defensive players. It clearly wasn't enough. You really can't do much in 1 year. Do I think Riley? Do I think that Grinch is the answer? My answer to that is I don't know. But as I told you before, John, I mean, if we're talking logically, we're talking about 3 guys that know football. We could all assume that, right? How could all 3 of these guys not know that they must see something in this guy? It hasn't been shown yet. He hasn't had a dominant defense yet. But I mean, I'll say it. I don't care if people get pissed off. This isn't just some random school here. This school can recruit with anybody in the country. We've shown when we have a good coach, we can grab anyone. And then, sorry, Antoine made a comment about ancient football. Plug your ears, John. Antoine, my mom is 75 years old. Do you know how many national championships she's from Michigan, by the way. Do you know how many national championships my mom has seen from the Wolverines in 75 years of life? I'll just leave it right there, Antoine. I think you know what I'm talking about. So let's not talk about ancient anything.
I will say to your last point, the reason I predicted USC to go 11-1 before the season is partly because of what Grinch statistically was able to do with the Oklahoma defenses over the years that he was defensive coordinator there. He comes in immediately and catapults the defense statistically from where it was under Stoops, and they had an interim DC for a year, I think, too. And then if you notice, they kept going up to it was 37th and in the 20s. So I think that was definitely a testament. And so that's one of the reasons I said USC would go 11-1 and maybe a playoff appearance because of that factor, combined with Riley's ability to coach offense, Caleb Williams, what I thought he could do against a Pac-12 schedule. And it turned out to be exactly that. So
it's going to be, John, and I hate to say this, I mean, Harbaugh, unless he changes his recruiting game, it's going to be 2. And I'm not saying recruiting championships win championships, but the 2 teams that will have the most NFL talent and the best recruiting classes year in and year out, if Harbaugh stays the course, will be Ohio State and USC. I think that's just safe to say. USC, for all of its embedded, as far as all the talent they have here in California, but then also Lincoln Riley's going to pick whatever quarterback. We have Raiola probably lined up. He's crystal balled all over the place. The number 1 quarterback, who's a Nebraska legacy, right? Raiola's dad's like a legend there, and he's coming to USC. And there's a reason why he's coming to USC. It's because he wants to play. Oh shoot, we lost Jason. It's because he wants to play for Lincoln Riley, who's a Heisman maker. That doesn't count anyway. I like Jason too much. I want these meat mouthy Wolverine fans that come in, so we can talk some football. We can actually talk some numbers. Or Lambda, come on in here. Come in and explain to me how the great game that James Franklin's going to crush USC with.
Hey, Jason.
What's up, John?
What's up, Jason?
What's up, Tim?
Not much.
Go Blue.
You wanted me to call in? I'm in.
Okay, so explain to me how is USC going to do in the Big Ten?
I think they're going to be competitive in the Big Ten, but my take on it
fifth
is,
every year.
No, they'll be higher than that. I just don't think it's going to be right away, and I don't mean any disrespect by that because I know USC is a really good program. I just think it's the adjustments. I think that just like it'd be just like Michigan. If Michigan went to the Pac-12, they're not used to Pac-12 football. So are they going to be competitive? Yeah, they'll be competitive. But I think it's going to take a year or 2 for them to adjust to the style of play. Just like if Michigan went to the Pac-12, they would have to adjust how they play over there. You know what I mean? Well,
Harbaugh was a Pac-12 coach, and the offense he's running was that smash mouth. Running. Was it like 16 personnel with 6 tight ends? Whatever you guys run on the crazy offenses he is.
You know what I mean?
I'm joking. Yeah. I'm joking, but I mean that offense, that power run game with. Oh wait, hold on. Do you guys have like a great offensive line like they had those Stanford years under Harbaugh? I mean, there's a lot of comparisons. That offense that Jim's running is exactly how he was he had some dominant years in the Pac-12. But I will also tell you this, some of the more speedy, elite, fast receivers ran circles around his big, gigantic linemen. He had NFL quality linemen and linebackers as well, but they were a bit on the slow side. So teams like USC and teams like Oregon, with maybe not the same size, but had the speed. So it's going to be your classic, maybe it will be your classic Pac-12 versus Big Ten game where you have the 3 yards of a cloud of dust with a gigantic offensive line shoving people around, trying to tire them out in the fourth quarter against the uber athletic passing attack on the West Coast. I mean, we've seen this game before, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's like you have to be an idiot to say that USC is not going to be competitive in the Big. I mean, just look at their history. They've always had a juggernaut offense, no matter what. It's just I'm more worried about the defense side. If they can get that locked down, yeah, they're going to be scary for sure.
Yeah,
they're going to be a tough out for anyone.
Those Pete Carroll teams, right? All those Heisman Trophy winners got all the attention, but it was the defenses from USC that made all the difference. Those 2003, 2004 defenses, the 2008 defense, 2007 defense, those 4 years, there was nobody in the country that was putting a ton of points up against them except for Vince Young. And that the funny thing is that 2005 next to 2009 is the worst defense USC had. Like ESPN's talking about the greatest team of all time. Trojan fans are saying greatest team of all time. USC's had better teams than this on defense. We knew that our defense was really suspect. And it showed in that Rose Bowl game, right? Where both teams just kept scoring. But what you've seen under Helton is not what USC defense is traditionally. Anybody out there is a little bit older than like 25 years old, 30 years old, knows about those USC defenses for decades. It's not like all of a sudden there are no defensive players west of Iowa, let's say. It's just not the case. There's plenty of great. If you look at the NFL, look at where these guys in the NFL are from. There are a lot of them from California. A lot of them from another big school, big places. You see that Georgia and their population is going up. But same thing's happening in Arizona. If you guys haven't noticed lately, a lot of top recruits are coming out of Arizona now. So there's a lot of skill and a lot of good defense. The place that lacks on the West Coast, where Michigan, the big thing is, you guys are saying it, you guys are going to do what you guys do to Ohio State. You're going to just run the ball, wear out the smaller offense or defensive linemen, and then it just becomes just sledding. It gets a lot easier in the fourth quarter for you guys. Problem is how many points will USC have scored at that point, right? So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to shake out. I just think I'm hearing people talk about USC. Remember, we're not coming for 2 more years. It'll be 2024. And that gives Lincoln Riley 2 more recruiting classes, plus NIL, plus you have USC doesn't spend money. By the way, you guys, if you didn't notice this, USC is not throwing money at Mateo Uyungale and all these guys. I forgot. I've already Pleasant. They let them go to Oregon. Oregon throws money at them, and then we'll take them as sophomores and juniors because USC's NIL thing is all about taking guys that are proven players. And through the transfer portal. Why would you go and spend all your money in NIL to have like a Ewers then go off to another team the next year? Get a proven commodity, get a sophomore or a junior that's looking for a chance. Grab that guy who is going to be a stud and throw $1 million at him. That sounds like a smarter game to me.
Yeah, I think 1 to 2 years, I think USC will be up there with the Michigans and Ohio States, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. I think it's going to take a year or two to adjust, just like it would anywhere in another conference.
So you think it's take a year or two to adjust? Remember this also, though. Half the games we played,
the style of play, the way that the Big Ten plays, and the weather, everything. A lot of factors go into it.
Yeah, I think the travel and weather and all that's a little bit overplayed. And USC has played physical teams. It's not like they haven't played. Utah is a physical team. And before I'm not saying they're not
playing physical play. It's just when you play in cold weather, there's a big difference playing in cold weather and playing in hot weather. But I think there is personally. But
before we go down that rabbit hole,
it's just going to take some time.
I don't want to before we go down that rabbit hole, because we could go down that rabbit hole all day. But if we look back at the 07 through 2010, what happened, what you notice is a trend. So like Stanford's offense, more of that, I would call it Big Ten style, like traditional rough and tumble type offense. In the beginning, Oregon was beating them the first 2 years. Stanford did beat USC in 07, but then USC got them back. But then what you saw was that then Stanford beat Oregon, right? So what happened was, I think over those years, it almost became like they were trading off. So I don't think that that Michigan is going to be I'm certainly not making the claim that Michigan's going to be dominating USC and that Ohio State's going to be dominating USC. I see it being exactly like 07 through 2010 when they were trading off. And sometimes USC is going to win, and sometimes Michigan's going to win, sometimes Ohio State's going to win, and it's going to probably go back and forth for the years, which will make our conference more interesting. That's what I'm
hoping that USC coming to the Big Ten, along with Fickle going to Wisconsin, Rule going to Nebraska.
Oh, okay. I was like,
it's gonna raise all the programs. Iowa is a sleeping giant. They're gonna be, speaking of Erica, it's these programs. They're not gonna be able to hang on to Brian, right? You're gonna have to. They're gonna say, look at what they're doing. They got USC coming in. UCLA is just one coach away from being a very solid middle of the pack to upper middle of the pack program in the Big Ten. Iowa's right there, Wisconsin, Nebraska, and then you already have Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State. Throw in a stronger Michigan State program. It's really setting itself up to be right there. We know it's already money-wise with SEC. There's going to be huge deficits in talent. But again, all the places we named, there's great offensive linemen and linebackers in the Midwest, but it's where the SEC has a stranglehold on everybody is those interior defensive tackles. Those big, nasty guys in the middle of that defensive line. That's where they have difference makers. But the West Coast, we've got receivers and quarterbacks for days. They don't have it just down there in the South. I mean, heck, they're winning with California quarterbacks. So that'll be NIL. And they can't hang on to all of the interior defensive linemen. Schools like Michigan and Ohio State will have the NIL packages for days to get all those guys out of the South. So I think football is about to change dramatically. ESPN and Fox have already ruined the traditional matchups, the regionality of the sport. That's all going out the window. You know what I mean? So
what's your opinion, John? What do you think about USC in the Big Ten?
Well,
I think they'll do a lot better than UCLA will, but
I do think USC is going to do better. But I would say, so Erica sent this $5 and I want to honor that. Been watching USC here and there. I caught the end of discussion regarding lack of defense, and frankly, that's my concern with them coming to the Big Ten. We've been continually kind of going back and forth on that one. I think the bottom line is we have to see what they're like in 2023 first. Give Grinch that year. Clearly, linebacker talent is being worked on. Riley's no full and Grinch is no full, and they know that was a weakness in 2022. Let's see what it looks like in 2023. And then I'll make more of a judgment on that.
The travel from Los Angeles to Seattle, Washington, or Pullman, right, all the way up to the top is not that much farther. It's probably right off spot on with something like Nebraska, pretty close to Iowa. So the travel's not an issue. You guys got to remember that USC doesn't play all their games at the Coliseum. We go all over. You'll go to Tempe where it'll be 105 degrees on the field. Then you go to Boulder, or you go to Pullman, or you go to Salt Lake City, and it's like 25 degrees. Or here you go. I'd rather play in like 20-degree weather than play at 40 degrees at altitude at the in Salt Lake against the Utes.
Has USC ever played in South Bend?
Huh? What's
Has USC ever played in South Bend?
Played in South Bend?
Yeah, have they ever played there?
Is this? Are you joking? Pretty much every other year for the past 80 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't watch a lot of USC football. That's the thing.
Yeah, they've been.
I
They've
watched
been.
a few games, but
Except for the COVID year and a couple of years during World War II, USC has been playing them consistently since the 20s.
It's a big rivalry. Yeah.
so they have played the cold. So Indiana's pretty close
Here's a good joke.
to that area.
Here's a good
Right.
joke. It's gonna play into the narrative that the Big 10 fans are talking about. You see, they used to play every game in at the end of the year, the last game of the year, either in LA or in South Bend. But in I think it was like the late 60s, there was a game where it was like 4 degrees, and then I think with wind chill it was negative, and players actually got frostbite, right? And the USC AD said, "Hey, this is bull crap. We're gonna play, but we're gonna play you guys in October. We're not playing there in November. We're not playing in November anymore." And they said that's it. We're just not going to do it. And so all the games in South Bend are played in October. But remember, here's another big thing about half the games are going to be at the Coliseum. So I'm hoping at least 2 of those will be in November. And let's assume we know that they're going to play UCLA at the very end of the year, and Notre Dame at the very end of the year in November, every other year. So that means we're playing probably somewhere in maybe the 2nd or 3rd week maximum of November. And that's assuming that those games aren't home games for USC; they're away games. It's not like we're playing throughout November back east in Camp Randall. It's not going to happen that often. And a lot of the players, including the coaches, are from like northern Texas and places in Texas where it gets pretty damn cold as well. So it's not like they're not used to cold weather. They're gonna freeze up and not play and not be able to do anything. But
yeah,
I guess where that depth comes in.
Yeah, keep this in mind real quick, and then I'll stop. But keep this in mind. We know already that like Ohio State's AD Gene Smith has said on many occasions, or at least one kind of very notable occasion, that we would rather play at a neutral site game for the playoff than the shoe. And I think that Ohio State is going to be clamoring to get over to California and try to get as many games over there. And I think Michigan wouldn't mind hanging out in Cali too. And so I think there's going to be a little bit of cross like going over,
like a vacation,
especially in November. So
I'm curious
if you're a rich alumnus from Michigan or Ohio State, or Rutgers or wherever, do you want to play at home in December, or do you want to go to California in December? Or sorry, in late November? I mean, I think it's a pretty easy decision there.
I'm curious to see USC at, in Ann Arbor. That's going to be pretty cool. How they handle it, how the crowd with in the Happy Valley and at the shoe. I want to see how they handle that. How good they handle it. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah. Jason, so I just went to the Illinois game that was in the big house, and it was like basically like negative wind chill, and then there was like giant snowstorm right after the game. So I don't know if you've been to any in that situation recently, but I will say, to Tim's point, like I don't know, maybe other fans would disagree. As much as I love living in Florida, as much as I love going to visit my buddies in California, there is something about the big house that, I mean, I didn't even care that my feet were frozen solid. It's just a whole.
You have to be there.
Atmosphere.
It's one of those things like you have to be there to experience it for yourself, or you just, you can hear it from people about how it is, but until you're actually in the stands and you're just looking. The first time I went, man, I was looking around and I was like, wow, this is the biggest stadium I've ever seen in my life. It's crazy. It's nuts how big it is. It's just not going there. It's an experience, too, when you go there. I swear.
Mike, sitting in thermals and hand warmers does kind of suck. They also have. If y'all remember the big hot cocoa tumblers that you can get like a giant thing of hot cocoa and then stir it up, man. And then there's nothing like it when it's like negative.
Or bring your thermos up.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Illinois game was brutal. It was brutal. And Des and Dre from Michigan Wolverines Live were also there too. and we were all freezing together. But it's like it's one of those kind of shared experiences. So yeah, do I think that there's going to be some interest in having games in Cali and having games in warmer areas and not as much precipitation and wind and things like that? Yeah, of course. But I think they're also gonna want to protect at least Michigan will want to protect its home. It's obviously its advantage in the big house as well. So probably go back and forth as it usually does anyway. Yeah, try catching the ball if your hands right. It takes a special type of talent to do that. And listen, there is a reason that Michigan's offense is designed to run the ball, and it's not just because Jim Harbaugh brought over the Stanford offense. It's also because it's freaking cold in November.
You nailed it, Antoine. Yeah, try catching it in freezing weather.
It's freaking freezing. I think the fact that there's that even in Columbus, the game I think was maybe closer to 50, so it was a little bit better for that one when JJ was just slinging it. But even in the game in 2021, we were making with Cade McNamara. He was throwing the ball to Cornelius Johnson and people like that. I think it was Cornelius. That was the decent throw there.
Well, it's odd that Antoine says that try catching the ball when your hands are freezing, because one of the most infamous drops in USC football history came from a guy. I'm not going to name his name. He's a Trojan. He's a Trojan through and through against the Irish. Dude dropped the ball, could have walked in the end zone to win the game. From Michigan. It was a cold night in Southern California, and he dropped it. So I don't think – another thing, look at the NFL. You're from Michigan, right? There's a guy named Amon-Ra St. Oh, you guys play now. Okay. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay. That guy does not drop balls. He's from Southern California. So you can be a kid from LA and be able to catch a ball in the cold. Just look at the NFL.
Dude's a beast too, by the way.
Juicers played in Pittsburgh. So, I mean, yeah, I think the guys will be able to handle it. They play in the NFL.
That dude's a beast, too. St. Brown, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's amazing. That dude is a machine.
Yeah, he's really good. Urban Meyer said on Urban Meyer says a lot of things on national television, so we can't take it all, because Urban Meyer also said, sorry, Joey, but I'm going to go here. Urban Meyer said that Penn State's defense in that last year's game was going to stop the run, and then Michigan ran for over 400 rushing yards. So Urban Meyer does say a lot of things.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, Mike. Those who stay.
He's getting a shout out to Amon-Ra St. Brown, the Sun God. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate Jason, the Michigan fan. Where are all these Penn State fans? Hummus Hero, how come you never call into the shows? You're one of the smartest Buckeyes I've ever met. Hurts me to say.
Yeah, I've never seen him
you never call into the shows. I don't understand. You got your own Big Ten show, and you can shine right here for everyone.
I was hoping Dependent would get on, but he said he can't.
Hey, listen, we're happy to have people call in, but that's also why we have topics, because you never know who's going to call in or not, and so we always have topics ready, and so that way people can call in when they want to.
I'm surprised the real hasn't chimed in.
I love when as much as we love the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, I do love when I get like an Iowa caller or somebody, I would love a Penn State caller. That would be great, because we had a Nebraska caller last week. I mean, it just, thanks, Hummus. Okay, great. So Hummus is going to call in next week. Cool.
Are you calling out Erica? Is that what you're doing right now? Or Lomansky? What's going on here?
What?
Are you calling out Erica Lomansky?
No.
Erica, have you ever called in?
Erica called in. Erica called in last week. I'm just saying, I was giving a positive example of Erica called in last week, and we had like a really good chat about Iowa, and we talked about Cade and Eric All and Corey Bratta, and because I called into that show, Hawkeye of the Storm, when Cade was announced to be transferring over. So yeah, no, she was great last week. Thank you for calling in. I feel you. I'm the same one. I mean, I do work from home, but I do a lot of travel and other things where I've got to, I feel you.
And daylight savings this morning was pretty tough, waking up at 5, which is actually 4 o'clock. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah.
John, do Spartan fans have the internet? Word on the street is that they might have gotten some internet recently. So I have seen a few
John.
Spartan fans on the in chat before. I haven't really heard a lot of them call in though.
Hey, John, is Tuck still coming this year or what? What do you think?
Ooh, you know, I what did I have him at? I had him.
Seems like
at
every year he's
10.
coming. What's going on? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he's coming to the 10 spot. That's where he came to, the 10 spot. I just don't see it. I just unless he's hiding another generational talent, which he could be.
I will say for some reason he's doing well in the state of Texas and Georgia for some reason. I don't know why. What's going on with that? But he must know some people out there or something. I don't know.
Antoine
He seems to
always
be cleaning
brings
up in
the,
Texas
the
and Georgia
zingers.
though.
Leave little bro alone. I mean, yeah. I obviously, there's not exactly the best blood between the schools, but I did love the moment that we had, after what happened at Michigan State, and we all kind of came together for a minute and,
Tim's got a gift. What did he get?
support each other. Tim's got something. I don't know.
Oh, we're doing a
Yeah,
this
looks
might
like you
this
got
might
a
be mixed
gift.
with one. I don't know. We're not doing an unboxing, no.
Oh, hey,
got some
Michael, I'm doing great, man. We talked about Purdue a little bit ago. We just did a Big Ten coaching rankings to kind of cap off the show. We've just been having some calls. Hey, there we go.
Uh-oh.
Cast. Oh, so the soundboard. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So if anybody else wants to call in, I'll keep the lines open for another minute or two. Otherwise, I believe
I'm actually going to hop off. It's nice talking to you guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hop
Jason.
off
Always
here.
good to hear from you, man.
Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
Talk to you, yeah, man. Well, I tried. No one, we had
Oh,
one
you're
more
good.
greet came in.
Oh, you're good.
But appreciate you having me on, John. You do a great job.
Thanks, man. Anytime. John, I'm tempted. No, just rest, Erica. Come back in next week, and if I'm here, we'll chat. If whoever's hosting after Mark, we can chat. So we are probably going to be rotating a little bit, especially in April. I have some travel that I have to do for business. There was one more. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this. Tim, you have a new subscription to the USC channel. So there you go. Well, call in. I'm still here. We got another couple minutes. I do want to eventually hand things back to, in case, I don't know if USC is happening tonight or not, but either way, I just want to make sure the lines are clear. Everything's clear if there is a show later. Yeah, come on, call in. I think we have time for one more round of a call. So like if just everybody come on in, we'll do a panel. We'll just have everybody. So Argraw, Michael, if you want to call in, anybody else, we'll do one more round. Nate, yes, the Big Ten show is every Monday at 6 p.m. with Mark Rogers, the voice of college football. And then what he does is that at 8, he brings on a guest host. The last 2 weeks, it's been me, but you might see some of the other talent and knuckleheads that are on the various shows host these after him as well. So starts at 6 and it goes as long as we've got callers and we've got people wanting to talk Big Ten football. Okay, Michael. Yeah, call in next week. Troy, I would expect nothing less. I would expect nothing less. Oh, yeah, Mark, compared to me, Mark is like an encyclopedia of football knowledge. Like, I do my best. I do a lot of. I mean, before these shows, I do a lot of research to make sure I'm on top of my game. Like, so anytime I have a topic, I'm on it. So that probably helps. But yeah, Mark is. It was actually really cool. So Mark he does these power blocks, which are really, I love the idea because you get to see the content that's been on the channels over the last week or two. And in the power block, he had an interview that I did with Isaiah Hole, that we did, and it was myself and Isaiah Hole from Wolverines Wire on USA Today, and also he's on the Locked On Wolverines podcast, and we were talking about Jaden Davis and recruiting, and that made the power block, and I was like, holy crap, really, this is really something. Sorry to hear that, Argraw. Well, why don't we do this, man? Why don't we, you work it out. Just go on to StreamYard.com and just work out your settings. And next week, you feel free to call in. Also, there's call-in shows. I'm sure Mark will do another call-in show at some point this week on a topic. Yeah. Isaiah does love talking about Disney. When he gets into a story, man, he gets locked on to his stories. No, but he's great. And if you haven't checked him out at Locked On Wolverines podcast, you can find that pretty easily. So I'm going to do one final recap of the rankings. We had too many banners. So number 14 was Purdue. Obviously, brand new head coach, Ryan Walters, who was Illinois' defensive coordinator. So because he has not coached yet in this capacity, that's why he was number 14. Sorry, Michael. But I think he could, listen, if they show that they're still a contender on offense, I think the defense will be better. Who knows? He'll probably jump up a bunch of spots. Tom Allen, Indiana, number 13. Pat Fitzgerald with 2 Big Ten championship appearances, but only 4 wins in the last 2 years, number 12. Greg Schiano, Rutgers, number 11. But pretty much the only hire Rutgers could have made to get them out of the dumpster a little bit. Mel Tucker. Tuck is coming. He is coming into 10th place. 5-7, didn't make a bowl game this last year, 5th in the Big Ten East. Big Ten East is a harder division, so you got to factor that in a little bit too. Matt Rule, number 9, Nebraska. So the reason he's number 9 is because of his previous 2 stops, Temple and at Baylor. He turned not so great programs into 11-win programs, and that was pretty impressive. I'm not counting NFL experience in these at all, just to keep it a little bit more equal. Kirk Ferentz, number 8, 2 Big Ten championship appearances since the college football playoff started. However, because of the defenses basically carrying these teams and the offense is doing nothing, basically, I just have to ding him for personnel. Because he really should have replaced Brian Ferentz. And I don't think there's a single Iowa fan I've talked to that disagrees with that. Luke Fickell, number 7, recently got Cincinnati to a college football playoff appearance. That's pretty damn notable because it's the first G5 team that has ever gotten to the playoffs. Ever. Houston could have probably done it that one year if they kept winning. And UCF, if the scenario was a little different, I think they might have, and they did get a Collie Matrix national championship. So there you go. Mike Loxley, Maryland, number 6, 8-5 team. Again, Big Ten East is harder. So to get 4th even is pretty good. He won his bowl game. Talia Tagovailoa is a great quarterback, and even the defense looked better this last year. Don't sleep on Maryland. Brett Bielema is number 5, Illinois, 8-5 team in 2022. Again, a team that was in the absolute dumpster. And I'm sorry, had to. I'm doing a recap of the rankings, and that's definitely something that I have to mention to explain why I ranked Kirk the way that I did. PJ Fleck, row the boat, is at number 4, Minnesota. James Franklin, number 3. Again, he did win that Big Ten championship in 2016. He did win a Rose Bowl, but in the end, still hasn't really gotten it done against Michigan and Ohio State on a regular basis, so I can't put him any higher than 3. And then tied for 1, Ryan Day, because again, we're factoring in postseason performance. Ryan Day has won a playoff game. Ryan Day has won a Rose Bowl. Ryan Day barely lost to Georgia and probably would have won the national title. So therefore, in postseason, you've got to give the nod to him. You've also got to give the nod to him in recruiting. You got to give the nod to Jim Harbaugh in most recent Big Ten championship wins. You need to give the nod to Harbaugh in the fact that over the years, the program, he inherited a dumpster fire that Michigan was and turned it immediately around to a 10-win regular program. Then these last 2 years have been his best 2 years, including first in the Big Ten East this year, 2 back-to-back wins against top 5 ranked Ohio State, a win against top 7 ranked Penn State this past year, 2 Big Ten championship wins, of course, playoff loss to TCU and obviously the postseason is what makes me make this a tie instead of a Harbaugh win. Let's see the comments. Okay. All right, Argraw. Yeah, come on in next time. Yes, Notre Dame has obviously rivalries. Ohio State, that was a great game last year. USC, that's been a historical rivalry for Notre Dame, as we talked about. And I really think that USC is going to, just like I said, 2007 to 2010, my point was that Stanford, Oregon, and USC were all trading wins. And it went back and forth. And sometimes Harbaugh's more rough and tumble, run it up offense won, and sometimes the high octane passing game offense won. But it wasn't definitive either way, I don't think. Yes, we know. But I do have, it's funny. Even though Michigan and Notre Dame have such a rivalry, we get along. Will and I get along really well. I think it's like, even though there's a school rivalry, I think that, sometimes we can still hang out and talk, and, it's just all in good fun. You were fine, Jason. Why are they 2-0 the last 2? Michael, great. So a couple of, you're fine. Dependent Fanatic was on it. So thank you everybody for stopping by tonight. I'm going to do a couple of housekeeping reminders real quick. Please make sure that you hit the Amazon link in the description section. So when you're shopping Amazon, consider using Mark's link in the description of all the videos. It literally takes 2 seconds, and it gives a kickback to Mark that helps support the channel. So definitely check that out. Join our Patreon, including the Discord chat, where we talk 24/7, 365 days a year about college football. Don't forget the Michigan spring game. We are going to have that on Patreon April 1st at 3 p.m. Follow Mark on Twitter. Follow Mark on Instagram. And, of course, the new line of swag. Mark Rogers merch. Get some for your friends. Get some for your family. I'm going to show this right here. This is the Mark Rogers merch page. And you can get yourself a coffee mug. You can get yourself a hoodie. According to Mike, the hoodies are great quality. I got myself a nice t-shirt and a mug. Get yourself a hat. Get yourself some shoes. I mean, there's some real swag going on in here. And it, even some yoga pants. You got all kinds of things, trucker caps and wine tumblers. You got a Mark Rogers wine tumbler. So some of these things are just great. The tote bag actually is pretty nice. So maybe check out the tote bag. But yeah, get yourself some Mark Rogers merch. It's a great time and obviously helps promote the channel. Get yourself some for your friends and family and everything else. And thank you, Michael. Yes, follow me on Twitter. My banner is somewhere here. There I am. Okay, so follow me on Twitter at John D'Adamo. I do guest host this show from time to time. I'm also one of the hosts of the Michigan Wolverines live show that is every Wednesday at 5. Even if you despise the Wolverines, it would really help if you threw those videos a like. And if you like the Wolverines, help us beat Ohio State. We are 1,000 subscribers under Ohio State. Help us beat Ohio State and subscribe to the Michigan Wolverines channel at the Voice of College Football. Just do me that solid. I would really appreciate that. All righty. So until next time, catch me Wednesday. We'll also have our SEC live show coming up. But catch me Wednesday at 5 for the Michigan Wolverines live show. And until next time, go blue. And Gizmo says hi too. Hit like, yes.